Hello, hello, we are live. I hope you're all doing well on this very early morning. Um, so, yeah, I'm just having a little pre show quickly before the actual stream starts, let's say, the debate. Um, I was awake till 11 last night quickly to set up my um, opening for the debate. Yeah, I think it sounds good. I got it to my 6 minutes, kind of like to the second about, so I'm really going to have to try to rush through the opening because they only get 6 minutes each. Little to my amazement, I find that the debate is on and it's against Leo, Mark Reed, against myself and Nathan. The funny thing is, though, because this whole thing was set up with Jack of all trades or whatever, one of the trolls on my channel. So I thought the whole time it's going to be him. But all to my amazement, Jack of all trades is not debating. So I don't actually understand how that's happening. So, whatever. But if it does happen to that I go and debate Jack of all trades, whenever that happens, the guy can stop squirming. It will probably be on FTFE then. Because that guy is a clown. The email list shows that. But anyway. Yeah, so I'm just waiting for the for the link from the people for the debate, and it should come through, and then we'll see how it goes. So it's good to see you guys. I see Alan Norshandes, Glenn Selsh, and Richard G. Good to see you guys, and in REM level. Good to see you guys. I'm glad you guys are here. The Earth is definitely level. In this case, we're just going to say flat, global, not sure. 14 votes already, so that's good. It's good to have you guys here. I'm glad you guys can make it. Hey, Joshua, thank you for coming. Glad you can make it. Let me see what he means with my audio. Where is it quickly? Live. So it's good to see you, Joshua. You might be picking up the audio from my phone out for this. Let me see what he means with my audio. It's not supposed to. Let's see. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Sounds as if it is. Sounds as it is spelled. REM. Okay, so it's just in REM. I don't know. Okay, if it's in REM then. Why? Yeah, I know I just played 100 times louder than I was. There was the advert. I'm trying to watch myself quickly too. Hey Jeff Gassett, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. I will not get the jab. Good to see you, mate. I'm trying to see if I can somehow get it higher. System sounds. I don't know why. It's like the sound settings on my computer just keeps changing itself there, which is not supposed to. And then we'll see how it goes. So it's good. System, okay, let's get that a bit up. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. System sounds. Input. Output. OBS. Okay, let's try it there. Yeah, it's good to be Nathan and myself as a tag team. I know I'm trying to quickly sort that out, but I think it might be low for our side because I'm going through my phone at the moment for you guys. Yeah, Brian, I don't have a mic at the moment. Still waiting for my mic to come. I was hoping it would have been here yesterday, but it never came. So let's just quickly see Iridium webcam input volume. You see, I don't want to actually have the mic through my phone at all because it's not supposed to come in. Start testing. Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear any difference now? Please let me know. Testing 1 2 1 2. Is it going to is it working a bit better? I'll just try to put the Iridium volume from my phone up, and then if I have microphone, just a concert hall echo. You see, because now it's picking up 2. This sucks. Like I said, so for you guys it might be a bit bad there. Arena webcam, I don't to allow that. Testing 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me better now? I hope so. Just trying to get this sorted. So I'm just waiting for the link from the people for the debate, and it should come through. Okay, I can hear myself echoing. Nathan Oakley is the best audio. Yeah, Nathan Oakley has awesome audio. You might be picking up the voice, but louder for this. Let me see what he means with my audio. Let's get to this. It's not supposed to. Maybe a bit better. Okay. Okay, cool. As long as it's a bit better, because like I said, it's just going to be like this for us, because I'm trying to make it as clear as possible on MDD. So MDD is going to be my mic through my computer. You guys are going to use my mic through my phone, which sucks. Hey Moxie. Yeah, like I said, I was hoping my mic and processor would be up, but it wasn't here, because the processor was shipped from the warehouse in Cape Town, where the mic was close to me. So unfortunately I have to wait for both of them, and it has to go through a courier company. It's good. Still no email yet from the guys. And by the way, I got my generator on, because yeah, if I didn't have the generator on, then it wouldn't work. But it's good to have you guys here. That's why. Okay, they just sent me the link now. System sounds. I think so. Input. No, not yet. Output. OBS. Okay, let's try it there. Yeah, it's good to be Nathan and myself as a tag team. Yeah. Okay, that sounds a bit. I know. I'm trying to quickly sort that out, but I think it might be low for our side because. Okay, so at least that's sorted a bit better. Still haven't got an email, but I did get an email from that Jack idiot guy. The guy's such a clown. Okay, so no email from me. But like I was saying, I got my thing. I got my generator running because the power was off. The power was only supposed to go off at 5 a.m. No, at 3 a.m. Sorry, and yet it's off already. So I think there's just power problems again, because I mean it's not supposed to be off at all. Let's see if I go to the load schedule quickly. hopefully you guys can see with me. Okay, it's supposed to be midnight till 5 a.m. is stage 6. So we're supposed to be stage 6 right now. So 1 a.m. to 3:30. Okay, so till 3 the power's supposed to be off. And then 5 o'clock again the power is supposed to go. It's supposed to go on till 5 o'clock this morning again. The problem is, if I'm gonna do that, then yeah, I can't change from generator to the power the whole time to cut the stream and all the computer off and stuff. So I have to run the generator for the full 4 hours or whatever. Hopefully and I hope it's going to run through. Yeah. And the schedule's only going to get worse though. They're talking about doing stage 8 and even stage 10 we might get to. If it gets to stage 10, we off 12 hours a day. Okay, I think I just got the link now. Let's get, yeah, there we go, Zoom meeting. Again, thank you all for coming. It's good to see you all. Passcode. I'm just going to passcode quickly. Join meeting. Okay, testing 1, 2. Now I want to use this USB. Okay. Okay, that's how it's going to be like that. Testing. Sorry guys, I'm just setting my mic. It's moving a bit. Okay. Join. And then I've got to test my sound as well. Hey Dart, I'd love to get solar panels, but it's a bit expensive. If you got 150k for me to get proper, then yeah. Join with audio computer. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes, okay. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Yes. And test. Hello, hello.
There you are.
Yeah, how's it going?
Excellent, excellent. Glad to see you're all, well, you're here, and now we got another one coming on in. Good stuff.
That's good.
Hopefully everybody will be on time.
It's Nathan.
Hey,
Hello.
How's it
how
going?
you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good.
Good to hear.
Uh,
Hey, Ryan,
hey.
can we go first?
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I think given what we're discussing tonight, that probably makes sense. I'm pretty sure that it's put in your ballpark to start, unless it says Globe versus Earth. Let me just check what he put there, but that's fine.
Yeah,
Um,
Okay.
this globe with, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it kind of makes sense, I think, if we're doing the flat earth approach to the debate. Let me just see here. Got to make sure I know what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's always fun.
So yeah, I was quickly doing my intro for after opening after the stream last night. I got it like to the second to 6 minutes, so I'm gonna have to really rush it through.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Good.
Oh, yeah.
You you want to go first, Flatzoid?
No, you can go. It's fine, but I'm just gonna make sure I got 6 minutes though.
Okay. I should be pretty brief. And I know I might cover a little bit of what we talked about yesterday, like touch on all the points. I think in my slide that I made, there's like brief referencing, at least to like the important stuff about like why the lie and everything. But yeah, we should be able to get all of the key points out there. So
Yeah.
Microbrewery. Well, that's my reward for playing at their place live the other night. All right, we got Mark entering the room, so no more making plans. All right, don't let him in on what you guys are up to. All right. All right.
Well, they need all the help they can get. So.
Yeah.
Here comes Mark.
Now we can really strategize. Mark's here.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mark.
Nathan. Good
Yeah.
morning. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, he says.
Good morning where you are. I would say it's 9 o'clock almost here. Almost.
Well, it's 10 to 2 a.m. now.
It's 10 to 8 here.
Wait. 10 to 8.
2
That's
yeah,
what
in the
you're at.
morning.
You're almost at 2 o'clock in the morning, Flatzoid?
Yep, I woke up at 1 o'clock for this debate.
Oh,
That's oh my. I thought you meant we were gonna be ending around. Oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense. You're 7 hours ahead. So
all right, we got our last.
yeah,
round.
okay. Dang, dude.
Now I can start getting our screens ready.
And
Hooray.
after this debate, I've got a nice long 3-hour travel to go somewhere as well. So.
Can you sleep or are you driving?
I'm driving.
Oh,
Yeah,
yikes.
that's okay.
It was a power nap.
I'm used to no sleep. I think I slept like 2.5 hours now. That was about it.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, but it's okay. Oh, and by the way, my generator's running because our power is out. So I just hope it does last for like 4 hours. Okay. So if I do go off, it's probably because generator has gone off, and I'll just put it on again.
Hi, Leo. Can you hear us?
Huh?
You can hear us all right?
Huh?
Oh,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
trying to get
We kind of assumed, yeah.
you.
That was
That's-
funny.
I hope audio's good on my end.
You good,
Yeah,
Leo?
it's fine, Leo.
Yeah, we can make you out. Some of you guys might have just your faces here as I clip them all.
I had a bit of trouble finding your your YouTube channel, Nathan. They're having
link is
problems
broken.
with it, but
The link is.
I found it. No, it's okay. I tracked it down. I found it under Pitch Lumen, so it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my YouTube is the same like handle.
Yeah.
So, do you prefer to go by Pitch Lumen, Nathan? How do you prefer to be referred to?
Oh, you can interchange them or whatever is. I'm fine with either. So
Okay.
Maybe pitch Nathan Lumen.
yeah, yeah.
All good, man. Like, yeah.
yeah.
Well,
What's
I mean, I'm in gamer culture, so like generally just refer to people by whatever they want to call themselves, kind of thing. That's just the etiquette there. So
yeah.
whatever you're most
It's my
comfortable
gamer
with, man.
tag too. So
Yeah.
what do you
Yeah, right
game?
on, man. I used to do a lot of FPS, but not anymore. As I got older, I went into sort of grand strategy, survival co-ops, kind of like Ark and things like that. I really love stuff like that. So
I swear to God, I'm
whole
the
bunch of
only
stuff.
person who's ever played RuneScape.
Yo, I
No,
used to go.
that is
hard in
not
RuneScape.
correct, sir.
Oh,
That is
Everybody
not correct.
instantly is like, hold on, sir.
Yeah. Yo, it's on the phone. You can play it on
Everybody's
mobile.
like, all right, you know what? Me for
Everything.
2005, I'd like to have a discussion with you.
No, I haven't played it, but I know people that, like, if you diss RuneScape in front of them, they will utterly, like, jump down your throat. So,
That's
No,
how I learned how
I
to
will do
type.
that.
That's
yeah,
how
all right.
my-
Well,
Literally.
I'm warned.
I remember because I started playing early my 6th grade year, and that was the first year that I had like a computer class where you're learning how to type and all that stuff. In that class, I like everybody else is getting like a close to, if not over 100 words a minute. Like I'm sitting here at like 40 something. By the end of that semester, I was at like 120 something, and that is because of RuneScape. I also
RuneScape,
learned
yeah.
how to be really, really fast with like watching, and this is why I think I'm good with like streaming and how I can watch a chat and pay attention to like the actual stream, is because I would PK in RuneScape, and if you know RuneScape, you know what PKing is. It's PvP, and it is very click intensive and very know what's going on right now in the game. So you got to watch a lot of stuff at once.
Yeah, it's a high click per
I-
second kind of game. Like
High
Yes.
API.
Esports is a
API.
legitimate thing. I play baseball, but I play like I game and I get like Super Smash Bros. 11 inputs a second to me. Like,
Sorry, what is it? APM? APM.
APM?
Yeah, actions per minute. It's how they
Oh, yeah, okay,
sort of
okay.
Oh
measure.
yeah.
APM?
Oh dude. Yeah, there's like a thing that you can
StarCraft
do
and
in
stuff, you got that
RuneScape.
high APM.
Yeah. That I think can actually track the actions per minute performed in the game. And like some PKers in like a minute 30-second fight will get like 500, 600 something actions per minute.
Oh, that's not right.
If I could show you guys,
That's way too much.
I'm telling you, there's
Oh,
a
I
lot
believe
going
it.
on.
It's
Goodness,
just-
I'm just trying to chop
yeah.
trees down. Like, let me get this. Can I make a fire?
Let me say one thing. If you're interested, like in actually how much is going on, just go to YouTube and type in Oda Block, ODABLOCK, one word, Oda Block, and just watch his videos. Just watch him work.
Flying all over this screen. Yo, I think
I'll tell you,
gaming
good thing we're not-
is a console thing. I don't see it as a PC. I love console. That's anything that gets people in a room together. You bring your sticks over or have 4 controllers is all. I'm all about that stuff.
Here I am
I just like
playing
playing with other people.
Skyrim and Final Fantasy VII remake by myself.
There's nothing wrong with Skyrim. Skyrim is still one of my greatest all-time games. Still to this day, I think it's amazing.
Really
A
well
heavily
done
modern
game.
Skyrim is just delightful, man. There's nothing.
Surprised none of you have
Don't be
said-
ashamed of that.
I'm surprised nobody said
Huh.
like Clash of Clans or anything. I've never played any of those games, but I gotta say, at least Clash of Clans, I've actually heard a lot of good things about it, but I've never played it, so I don't really know.
Yeah, my cousin just told me he's into Clash of Clans, but yeah, I don't know anything about like its play style or anything. I think it's a strategy game though, like raiding. You work together as a team and raid bases is I think all I know. If that's I
Yeah.
could be wrong there.
Yeah, it's just right.
Yeah. hmm
You play a Flatzoid?
No, it's not for me.
Okay.
it is. But I do know some people that do it. I'm all grown up.
I don't know.
Oh.
I've been into like Factorio and Satisfactory lately. I think you would like Factorio, Leo, just for your mind. It's just about automation kind of thing, like automating
Logistics?
stuff.
Is that's a logistic
Logistics,
games? You like
yeah.
set up a factory
Yeah.
and get like
Yeah,
optimized
man.
production?
Heavily logistics? I love that stuff. It's cool.
I just started the.
You think
stream,
I
by the
like
way.
logistics, Mark?
Sorry.
We're not live yet, but I did just start the stream, so it's just the intro page and all that. If anybody's watching live right now, if you want to mute it, I think I can hear a little feedback there. So yeah.
So when's the gaming debate happening? When is that going down?
I think that has to happen now.
PS,
Yeah.
PS or Xbox or PC?
Xbox.
I got a
The
PC,
PC.
Xbox.
recently, and
the
it's
godlike PC master race will win, I guarantee.
Well, I guess
No
it depends
way.
what you play though. I'm
It-
more of a PUBG
my-
kind of guy, so.
it's pretty insane. I spent like $300 on this computer here, and I'm running like 4K 60 frames per second on Final Fantasy VII, and that game is pristine, beautiful. Like it's insane how beautiful that game is. But
Talk about
anyways,
value.
just to get us all into our headspace here. So Flat Earth is deciding to go first, if that's all right with you, Globe Earth, fellas.
Sure. Yeah, they're
Awesome.
affirmative, so sure. That's traditional.
Awesome. Yeah. And we're going to go live in just 1 minute. If we get into our open discussion after our 12-minute openings from each side, if there's too much crossover, as I know there's going to be a lot of voices in the room, we can move into a muted round if we're getting too much crossover.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll limit that to 1 or 2 minutes depending on you know how focused those topics are. Yeah, I think that
I
makes
will
sense.
need to share my screen on my intro, Ryan, by the way, just to give you a heads up, mate.
Okay.
Same here.
Yeah, all right, that's good. We're good to go on that. All right, so I'm gonna go live now, and we'll say hi to the people. All right. Hey everyone! Tonight we're going to be debating a flat Earth versus globe Earth, and to kick us off, we have our flat Earth side. I think Nathan has decided to go first here in this exchange, so we're going to hand the floor over to you and for your 6-minute opening there. All right.
Am I good to go?
Yep.
Sounds good. Then I'm going to share my screen here. Share. Do y'all see my screen?
There we
Here?
go.
Is this okay?
Mhm.
And then I think I go to play. Okay. So we are talking about the flat Earth versus the globe and the shape of the Earth. Thank you for having us here, MDD, because this is a topic that is quite heavily censored. It's what caused the censorship from YouTube a few years back. So my opener here is going to be on the Earth, a little beginning, and then measuring water, measuring the ground, measuring motion, and then I'll wrap it up here. So when we were talking about the shape of the Earth, the measurement of the shape of the Earth is the most important. The Earth's surface shape and the Earth's motion itself. Anything that has to do with like skies, forces, phenomena above the surface are all secondary. The Earth's surface has a measurable shape, and we need to know the shape when we are talking about shape and motion. Talking about the shape and the motion are the most important things. Just because the sky is purple does not mean that the ground is purple, for example, or explaining whether something goes up or down or if it's being pushed or pulled, pushed from above, pulled from below, to why things fall. Those are philosophical, and then you apply those later.
I don't mean to cut you off here, but it doesn't look like the live audience can hear us right yet. Just give me 1 second. I think we're having a problem. Is it all right if you back up to the beginning of your presentation here? We're going to try this again.
Yeah, no problem.
Seems like we're having a bit of an issue there. Let's see. This fixes everything. Will this fix everything? Let's go back over here. And we're going to start this off again, everybody. We're going to be debating the flat Earth versus globe Earth. We had a little bit of a technical issue there to start off. So Nathan's going to go to the beginning of his presentation here, and we're going to let him move through that presentation as he was. So sorry for the technical issue there, everybody, but we got through it. Hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think they can hear us. So yeah, if you want to continue on there, Nathan, and go to the beginning of your presentation, we'll give you back your time there. Okay.
Absolutely. I will jump in then. So we're talking about the shape of the Earth, flat versus globe. This is a very heavily censored topic for anyone on the flat side. They know about the censorship, the shadow banning, the YouTube boxes that were caused because of the Earth discussion. And so I really want to thank MDD and our opponents here for being here and for this debate. And I hope that we can keep it in good spirits and really try to help everyone go forward. And so that said, this is going to be on the Earth. And so I just have a little bit of a beginning rundown, and then about measuring water, measuring the ground, measuring motion, and then I will wrap up. We are talking about the shape of the Earth and the measurement of the shape and the motion of the Earth. These are the most important things, the Earth's surface shape and the Earth's motion. Anything else that has to do with like the sky, forces, phenomena above the surface, etc., are all secondary. If the Earth's surface has a measurable shape, then these things need to be the primary thing. When you're talking about the shape and motion to the Earth, the shape and the motion are superseding all things. They're the most important. And so just because you could say maybe that the sky is purple, that doesn't mean that the ground is purple. You can say that an object goes down because it is being pulled or being pushed. These are secondary things that are talked about after determining the shape of the Earth. And any discussion that is about secondary elements should be taken as a forfeiture of talking about the primary measurements. For example, the sky is often mentioned, and if it was purple, then that would be kind of implying that the ground is purple. We don't know exactly if there are skies or portals or black holes in the sky or anything like that. So these are things that are not as testable as the ground that we are standing on. And so these things are kind of an appeal to things that you discuss once you know about the shape, which we can and have measured. So yeah, sky claims, forces, appeal to conspiracies, and things like that are secondary things that can be talked about, but are not primary when talking about surface and motion to the Earth, because that is the contention, flat versus globe. So measuring water has a shape. It takes the shape of its container on the sides and below. If it's full, a full container, the water will take the complete shape. It is a fluid after all, and water does seek its own level. It's just a matter of determining if it is flat level or if it is center of mass level. So on the left side of the screen here, this is the 4 lights experiment, which is 4 lights, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away, linearly spaced, but they have non-linear curve, yet refraction is claimed for the globe to bend and make them all uniform. But this is revealing with your basic first interpretation that these lights are planar, are horizontal, just like as you see the water portrayed when talking about the Eurotunnel bridge or the underwater cables that allow us to communicate faster than the speed of light, or at the speed of light faster than sound, and to outpace weapons, because we are dealing with some people who, well, kind of get into that a little bit. But this is the 4 lights, and they show that the surface using 4 points on a XY grid, this shows as a mathematical proof that water is planar at its surface. And so now going to the land here, you have the planar land observation. This was in Canada. This was by railroad tracks, 21 miles away, and you can still see the source of light, and this is over land. And so minimal refraction because of not being over water. When it comes to measuring motion, or if we even can, you can see that Albert Einstein, who is kind of the father of the modern model of cosmology with general and special relativity, said that we cannot detect motion. That's why it's all relative. It's all on one frame. Everything is moving with the Earth, so everything is relative. It's the moving trains. You can't tell which one is moving and which one is stationary. And this theory of his, the relativity idea, was proposed because of the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was supposed to get a fringe shift that you see with the expected result, but what they actually got, which is much more indicative of a non-moving Earth, and actually after error can actually be shown to be not moving at all. And so what Einstein did was he basically voided the motion, and he said that, along with many other physicists, they all said that we can't detect motion. We get a null result anytime we do. A null result is the same thing as affirming no motion, but you can kind of smoke screen it and call it a failed result, a failed test, a null result, by saying that they, relatively couldn't get motion. But another way of saying that you didn't measure motion was that there is no motion. So
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry, Nathan. Did we lose Leo? Is he still here? Is he hearing this?
Oh yeah, it does say he's not in here.
Yeah, I think he dropped.
Yeah, we're having just a little.
Well, it's up to you,
Ryan.
Right, I mean,
let's keep going because he's back in.
He's back.
Okay, sure.
Awesome. Leo, you there? Leo?
He's just connecting his audio there. So if you want to keep going there, as we don't get off track.
Okay. And so as far as experiments showing no motion, you have the results of the Michelson-Morley. You have the gyro here, which this, if you can see in the center of the screen, that globe with the 3 gyros on it, that is actually the U.S. military, showing that a gyro, a mechanical gyro, not anything that has to do with an internal electric motor or magnetism or programming or calibration or anything like that, just a strictly mechanical gyro, would rotate with the Earth to show one of the axes of rotation because of its property of rigidity in space. And here it is over several hours, not moving at all. And then I also have on here just another quick application of someone who hit a target with a projectile launcher, a sniper from 4.4 miles away, and they did not say that they factored into account the Coriolis at all. So essentially assuming a stationary plane like NASA documents show and military documents, etc. So to wrap it up, the only thing that matters when we're talking about the shape of motion is the shape and the motion. Other things are secondary and can be talked about, but that is the key points, is the shape and the motion to the Earth. And then when we go to observe natural water, we observe a phenomenon like the 4 lights experiment, which gives us 4 data points, not just one on the other side of a shore, but 4 points that can be connected and create a line when you look at it as a cross section from the side. And this is yet to be shown as recreatable on a globe, on a known curved surface that simulates a globe, whereas Flat Earth can demonstrate this as well as other phenomena. Land has also been shown to allow long sightings without any refract or with a minimal refraction because of lack of water vapor, and motion is admittedly undetectable from the Earth. Hence, all things being relative, like the trains, which one's moving, yours or the other? Either one could say so. And the empirical results indicate that the Earth is at rest. And I just wanted to quickly wrap up here that we should all want to know the truth and get humanity on the same page and working together because we have this communication. We are legitimately dealing with people. And I've showed these documents before, but you can look up like Sea Spray, Operation Top Hat, Operation Northwoods, the Gulf of Tonkin, and see that we are dealing with people who are willing to use others and have them go fight and lose their lives for wars that are set up under false pretenses. They're willing to attack their own people. So we have to be able to work together to communicate, get on the right page, and really be here for everybody because life is special. Evidences and observations point to the Earth being at the center of creation could imply that we are very special. And Jesus did defeat death to show that there is more to life with the resurrection and that we have a creator who really loves us. This gets into, as far as the conspiracy with the 666 feet of curve, the 66.6 degree tilt to the Earth, the 66,600 miles. Those are all biblical numbers of the only one who would benefit from a lie, just to cover that. And with that, I'll wrap up. I hope I left you with enough time, Flatzoids. So take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, I don't have any share screen, but I'm just going to read what I read quickly. Okay. Flat Earth globe. What does that even mean? Well, we can take this many different ways. We can define it to be reality or the other made up or manufactured. How will we know which one is reality and which one is manufactured? Well, it is actually very simple. We first take a step back and take a look at the evidence. Evidence will be considered with an unbiased mind and with honesty. So let's do this quick. Let's take a step back and look at the evidence for both the model presented. Let's start with the evidence. Okay, well, what is evidence? I would rather say let's see what type of evidence there are. Number one, real evidence. This is simply physical evidence, such as in the context of Earth. Water does not physically curve at rest. Number two, demonstrable evidence. Evidence which is presented to prove or disprove the argument made. Let's take, for example, of gravity holding gas down indefinitely. Is this demonstrable? No. So then it would not be considered demonstrable evidence. Do we always require containment for gas pressure to exist? Yes. So it's always demonstrable in this case. So the evidence will lead to the flat Earth because it requires containment. Then we have number three, documentary evidence. These documents can form a vast number of sources from diaries, letters, contracts, newspapers, or any other type of document. So it would actually be a form of fallacy, as it would be appealing to authority or consensus on this matter. And then you have, finally, testimonial evidence. This is simply witness to the observation. Now let's take this evidence list and go through it both globe and flat side. We compare the two and come to the conclusion, which is more evidence to deduction on a logical inference to make the most honest and unbiased relation to reality. Okay, so let's start with the real evidence again. Real evidence for the globe. To be honest, I sat for a while and thinking of physical evidence for the globe. I could not come up with anything, as the arguments either resulted in having faith or trust, or we can't get any physical evidence presented on this. Now, I would challenge the globe side to bring me physical evidence, and then I will retract the statement. Will you guys be doing that? We'll see. Okay, so real evidence for the flat Earth. Okay, sitting for a while, I first thought of physics. Water lies level at rest. This constitutes a horizontal. So we know horizontals do not curve at this physical evidence for flat Earth. Next, physical evidence. We sit here, we feel no movement. So this is physical evidence that the Earth is stationary. Other physical evidence is whenever we do measurements, for example surveying or navigation, it's based always on a horizontal with a reference to a 90-degree angle. This shows that the Earth has to be measured flat. Anything after that is just calculation with conjecture to a belief system. Demonstrable evidence. This could go both ways. if the globe was just able to demonstrate any of its claims, but alas, we do not get any of these demonstrations. What do we get instead? The scale is either too large or too small, or you would not expect to see it or feel it. Now for flat Earth. This is totally different, as there has been many shown demonstrations, arguments to validate what is presented. What evidence is that, you might ask? Very simple. Bottom-up obstruction on flat surfaces. It's been shown on small scale and large scale with explanation by numerous different people. We see way too long observations if compared to what the globe model has presented to us. We are able to replicate many observations we see with demonstration. Now we move to documentary evidence. Well, this one is actually mostly for the globe, to be honest, and it appeals to authority and consensus. Does that make it reality though? No. I would say with a resounding no. We'll take an example, for instance. Phlogiston theory. It was well accepted as a documented authority based in consensus for a long time. Was it reality? No, it was disproven false. So you get the idea why documented evidence is not mean reality. So this leads to the last testimonial evidence. For the globe, we get testimonial evidence in forms of astronauts and technicians who claim space. But again, we get testimonials from thousands of people claiming to have been abducted by aliens. How can we test these testimonials? Simple, we compare it to reality. Claim, space travel. How would we know it to be true? Simple. Based on the first law and the second law of thermodynamics, it would be impossible. And space, that would have been told to be, it would be impossible. So this would invalidate any claiming testimonial from space. Now for alien abductions. This is the simple two. How? It will also require space to exist, and since space doesn't exist, it falls flat too. Now let's take testimonial from flat Earth. We see observations way past than what we are supposed to be able to. This has been verified by countless observations over and over, for instance, like the black swan. We do not feel movement. This is a true statement, as no one feels movement, and it can even be stated by Einstein. This is Einstein's quote. Since then I have come to believe that the motion of Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, comma, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. Note that that though he claimed no optical experiment will be able to pick up the Earth's rotation, he still has a belief that it revolves around the sun. Just because he makes a statement of belief that the Earth rotates around the sun, now does not invalidate the statement that no optical experiment can detect movement. It's just contradiction. Okay.
Pretty close to time.
Okay, sure. And I'm almost finished. And then now we see the same contradiction follow the globe in such areas. Level, why do things fall? So I can close with this. If you're honest with yourself, globe defenders, will you take the evidence with unbiased honesty and deduce that the globe is just a religious belief system? Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for your opening statements there. I want to let everybody know as well, if you check out our crowdfund in the description box below, you can still get tickets to see DebateCon live. But if you are in Texas area, James actually messaged me earlier to tell me the cutest thing, which is that they're getting extra chairs. How awesome is that? You know, I'm like, of course you are, James. Of course you're getting extra chairs so people can buy more tickets. What a scholar and a gentleman. So if you want to still go to the live event, you guys are still good to do that. Just see our links in the description right now for DebateCon 2.0. It's going to be awesome. So with that, we're going to kick it over to our globe side. And we're going to let them get right into it. So you guys can decide who you'd like to go first in this exchange there.
I believe I'm going first. Thanks, Ryan. I'll just share my screen for you. Excellent. And just let me know when I can begin.
You're good to go.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mark Reed. I have the pleasure of appearing to represent the negative proposition on NCO Flat. I'd like to thank Ryan and my partner Leo, the opponents and the audience for joining me for this debate and sort of flogging the proverbial dead horse of Flat Earth. So I'll be quick to give time to my partner, but I'm happy to revisit subjects. It's been a millennia of proof for globe Earth, so I'll run quickly through why we have known since ancient Greek days that the Earth is actually a globe. First up is Aristotle, a brilliant man. He observed ships going over the horizon, reasons correctly that they are obstructed, observed lunar eclipses and found they're always circular no matter the orientation of the Earth and the Moon. He reasoned the only way this is possible if the Earth is a sphere, and he was correct. So let's look at his reasoning one by one. This is things behind the horizon. This is the CN Tower in Toronto, apparently 184 meters underwater if the Earth is flat. Hopefully they have flood insurance, or the Earth is a globe and half the kilometer tower is just obstructed by the horizon, which is actually the case. There is no optics that can cause this amount of obstruction. It's just not possible. That is beyond the horizon. 184 meters or 603 feet is obstructed over 39 miles. So I included this last minute. I wasn't originally going to include it, but I included this one last minute. This is the Orion test footage from Red's Rhetoric. It's a great YouTube channel. Let's watch what happens here. You'll see it go down and it'll vanish beyond the horizon before the splash happens. So that went beyond the horizon before the splash happens. Apparently, a dishonest flat earther deleted 11 frames from this footage to make it look like the capsule made a splash at the exact same time as hitting the horizon. The name of that dishonest flat earther was Flatzoid, who sort of lost all credibility when it came to editing documents and basically making things up. So Aristotle's second observation, these are composite images. The photos were taken and they were combined. No editing is used besides incorporating the photos into one. Millions of people have seen eclipses and there are billions of cameras in the world. Why can't the flat earthers produce just one eclipse that has a flat edge? Just one, that's all I'm asking for, one. It's because the Earth is a globe and a flat edge will never show on the eclipse because the Earth doesn't have a flat edge. So it will never appear and they'll never be able to show one. Eratosthenes, he performed the experiment that calculated the circumference of the Earth. Basically had two sticks, measured the angle. One was in a well, so it could only be lit when it was directly overhead. Another one's 800 kilometers away. The angle of the shadow, we can calculate the deviation, thus the Earth's curve. And now a flat earther might say, aha, that works with a small local sun too. And that is true for two sticks. Not for multiple, not for more than two. The hypothesis is if the sun is small and local, we should see a linear or regular increase in the angle. We see on the left, if the sun is far away, we should see a non-linear increase in the angle. So how many of these sticks have been put down in modern times? So this is the experiment performed in 105 countries across 5,877 schools involving 35,913 students. The data is given to the student to check that the increase in angle is non-linear precession, and we find that the data comes back exactly matching a globe Earth. Completely blowing the small and local sun idea out of the water is not true. So we have to eliminate one of the hypotheses based upon the data that we get. The hypothesis we eliminate is, boom, the experiment does not work on a flat Earth model and when applied to more than two sticks or 2 points of reference. And we have literally done thousands. How do the flat Earth proponents explain this? How do they make the experiment work when the results so clearly refute what they say? I guess it will be fun to find out. On a modern note, these are photos from space showing Earth. This was taken in 1960, the first photo from a satellite. Terrible quality, but that is the first one ever taken. This is Blue Marble, 1972. It was done with a 70mm Hasselblad camera on film, and it's been cropped and coloured later, but there was no CGI back in 1972 to actually make this photo. And this is a picture I grabbed from Epic Discover from 2 days ago. Epic has taken regular photos in wide spectrum. This is, of course, the visible spectrum, but the Epic camera has picked up things like forest fires on thermal imaging and things like that. And it can send information to the firefighting teams to pinpoint where the fires are, which is a wonderful use for it. I guess I want to end with saying, if you do believe in flat Earth, that you're lagging behind the rest of civilization by so much as a couple of millennia. We have known that Earth is spheroidal for nearly 2,500 years. And I wish to put it to you, don't you think it's time to embrace and catch up with modern day? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark. We're going to kick it over to Leo.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to sort of come off of that one because that was a very, very brief yet surprisingly thorough demonstration of why the flat Earth is completely wrong. I considered, because I knew that Mark was going to give a presentation along the lines of what he just did, I considered trying to present more of like a philosophical case for why flat Earth as a model and as a theory is absolutely bankrupt. I don't think that there's any standards laid out in philosophy or metaphysics of science that flat Earth would meet. They don't actually have a model. They don't have any dynamical variables. They don't actually have any theories. Nothing's been tested. Nothing's been submitted. There's no rigorousness to this. There's nothing that's been standardized. I mean, this is just really bad. And anybody that knew anything about science would look at this and just say it's really bad. But quite frankly, most people don't really want to listen to that, because at the end of the day, most people just really aren't interested in philosophy, unfortunately. But I don't, when it comes to flat Earth debates, it's really hard to figure out an intro, because there's so much that you could say to show how this is wrong that you almost get lost in trying to figure out a reasonable place to start. So for me, usually I just like to point out that the flat Earth is just, this isn't a debate. Nobody has debates on these anymore. This is all done for fun. But just to humor myself and potentially others, just some questions for my opponents. Why is it that people in the northern hemisphere observe the sky to move counterclockwise, but people in the southern hemisphere observe the sky to move clockwise? If the sun is local, why is it that it doesn't illuminate the whole Earth at the same time? The flat Earth, what is the diameter of this flat Earth? Is it 25,000 miles as the spherical Earth is? If so, we can obviously measure the luminosity of the sun. Why is it that the sun doesn't illuminate the whole surface of this flat pizza land object thing that y'all got going on here? Is it a magic force that keeps it from illuminating, almost exactly half of it? Why do time zones exist? Why is it that seemingly roughly half of the Earth is only illuminated at any given instant? Why is it that we can measure the precession of the Earth? Do disks precess as well? How is it that we can measure all of these things and they don't seem to align with the flat Earth? How do you explain them? What model do you have that incorporates these and that accounts for these while still thoroughly empirically demonstrating that the Earth is a flat disk, or at least some sort of flat object? I don't know, maybe it's a cube and we're at the top. Who knows at this point? But these are some questions that I would have. Is how that this pizza imaginary thing that you're calling the Earth actually works, and why all of the things that we would expect to see if the Earth were a sphere rotating on its axis and orbiting a star is exactly what we would see. I'm just curious why that would be the case, and I think that I can just end it there.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for your intro statements there. I just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already hit the like and subscribe, do so. We're definitely trying to drum up some attention for our debate con that's coming up. I just want to let you know we are going to be doing a Q&A at the end of this conversation, this debate. We want to make sure that our questions are aimed towards our topic and not our wonderful speakers that have taken time out of their day to come and have this discussion. So, make sure that that's your main focus in the live chat. So we're going to kick it into an open discussion. I think with Leo closing off there, if you want to refresh on what you were saying there, that you had a direct question towards them, I think we can probably launch pad right off that.
I'd be happy to go at some of what Leo has. I actually have some demonstrations to show some of this. I did actually want to ask though, Flatzoid, what did Mark say about there was an editing of frames?
I can actually bring that video up because I showed all the frames, and that's just the poisoning the well fallacy, and that already shows he's conceded he has no argument. This has been an argument I presented 3 years ago, where I was showing if I take an inferior mirage out, it shows that it doesn't go behind the curve. So their argument is you took our globe curve away. So it's in concession then that it's not a physical curve. But they butthurt about that, so now they're saying I'm dishonest. Even though I've shown in the video it with the mirage and then after the mirage is removed.
Did you take some frames out originally and not tell anybody?
I showed the video with the inferior mirage. Shows how you do your
No. Like, that's a question. Did you take some frames out originally when you first showed the video and did not tell anybody?
Every edited video takes
did you take 11 frames out
No.
to stop this mirage? Because you went on. Well, I'd like to say something. Did you went on afterwards and said you took the frames out because they were a mirage, but you took the frames out just as that capsule. Excuse me, I'm talking. As that capsule was getting to the horizon, did you take frames out at that point?
I took the inferior mirage frames out after I showed the inferior mirage.
So you took frames out. So everything that I said was
Poisoning
true.
the wild, and this has got nothing.
Everything
to
that I
do
said
with
was
that.
true.
You showed everything and then showed it again,
Yeah.
edited.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can show you
Yeah,
the
so
video if
he-
you
To
want
show to make your point with an edit.
He
You guys want me to
only
show the
showed
video?
the one with the frame still in after he was called out for it.
Let's
Can I show
bring
you
up
the
the
original?
video.
I'm going to show you the original. How's that?
Let him bring up his video so you can defend what you've said there.
And- Yeah, and this is just to show that he doesn't have anything.
Do you want to share your screen? Oh, perfect.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly search it. Sorry, I have to. Where is now? I'm trying to quickly look for my.
And then Leo, I'll be able to get to. I just wanted to let Flatzoid clear that up, and then I can get to your. I pulled up the presentation or the demonstration. So
Well, I do want to clarify. All those questions that I asked were rhetorical questions. I mean, you guys don't have the answers to those questions.
well, there,
Yeah,
But yeah, I
I'll
mean,
get
you
to
can
Mark as
try
well.
if you'd like to.
Yeah, I can show like the time why we get the lighting effect that we see and everything, because it is for anyone who's on the fence or is curious about this topic, like how the sun. It's actually pretty incredible what can happen if you take a light and shine it through a glass dome. The lighting patterns actually do match time and date, which I'll be
Glass dome. Who put the glass up there?
the creator who loves us all
Amen.
is the
He,
one who
put
put that
the
there.
glass.
Yeah, some material, but yeah, like a glass.
How thick is this glass? How thick
No
is
clue.
this glass?
No clue.
So isn't that something that would be predicted by your model? If there's a glass dome, it would possess some thickness.
Well,
Why isn't that
I mean, I'm
something
sure
you
it
can
has
tell me?
a thickness. I'm sure. Yeah, I that would probably.
What kind
be
of
likely.
glass is it? Is it bulletproof glass?
I don't know.
Sorry, can I just say? it
So
doesn't matter what
there's a
it's
glass
made of.
dome, but you don't know anything about the glass dome, but you know that it's there.
It
That's
doesn't matter
interesting.
what it's made out of. It's the function of the glass dome. Hence why we can breathe.
It doesn't
right now.
matter. Of course, it matters what it's made out of, right? I mean, if it's glass, as opposed to some other substance, of course it
Molten
matters.
looking glass.
A
It's molten
looking glass.
Molten
Looking glass. So
That's
where would that
different.
fall on the periodic table?
I think Nathan had a point he was trying to get in there, guys.
Okay,
I was just
sorry.
gonna. It's like knowing what is space-time fabric made out of. It would be kind of it's something maybe we can test it one day, but we don't have the technology to do so. If we can crack.
Yeah,
through
but
the
you know what the
dome-
interesting thing is? You know what the interesting thing is physicists don't know what space-time is made of. Most physicists would say that's probably not a meaningful question because space-time is likely an emergent structure. But the interesting thing is that we still know that space-time is there because we can measure it in a variety of different styles of experiments, all of which corroborate each other with their conclusions. Do you
We don't know
have
what
this
the
for this
flat-
supposed glass dome?
We don't know what the firmament is made out of, but we can use it to predict the lighting pattern of what we would see and how the sun lights up the land, and that it matches on the some of the flat Earth models that we are given. I think there is some holding back of the most accurate models, but I think the military and NASA, who use flat, stationary, non-rotating Earths in their technical documents, especially with like damaged aircraft, they use a flat, non-rotating Earth, so they probably have accurate land distances and things like that. But we can show a lighting pattern that will light, even give you the 24-hour light in Antarctica using the coffee cup caustic effect with the lighting. So
Are you able to bring
But
that video to?
Yeah, it's on.
Can you bring that video, Flatzoid, to the point that Mark had brought up
Yeah,
there?
just skip to the point. We probably don't want
but
to
you
see
see,
the
I'm
entire
scared if I
thing.
do that, he's gonna say I'm being dishonest and cherry picking. So you guys can talk while it's going on. How's that?
Well, I was going to say we can't share the entire video here, so
Okay.
if
Yeah,
you can skip
like
to the
just skip
point.
to the point where
Well,
it is.
wait,
I mean,
is this this is a Red's rhetoric video?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, no, we can share it. I can promise you, Red's Reddit is not going to care. This is a flat Earth debate, and it's being used to show how flat Earthers are wrong because this is going to show how flat Earthers are wrong.
Oh yeah, we just don't.
Just like when they used the gyroscope or the laser ring gyroscope in their own documentary 2 different times, one after recalibrating
That was a globe
both showing a
documentary.
15 degree per hour drift,
Yeah.
and they still put it in their documentary.
Leo,
It
That's
was a
still
globe
just a
documentary.
classic.
Alright.
Sorry, Leo, I wanted to bring a point up. Can you show me this ring laser that he used? Because Bob had a fog. He didn't have a ring. Okay.
No, it was a
you
ring
see-
laser.
Bob had a fault.
He had a fog.
A fault?
A fog.
A fog.
Fiber optic gyro. They said he used the ring laser gyro. Very odd.
Do you know what fiber optic is, Flatzoid?
Yes, I do.
Fiber
but
optic
you
is-
are obfuscating from the point now.
Yeah, Mark,
They
you know more about this than I do.
They advertised
Yeah, so
it.
fiber optics
Why is everybody talking
use
over-
light.
I'm
All
having
right,
a
let's
statement,
see
sir.
this video here that he wants to
Yeah.
show, and then we'll continue.
Okay. So anyway, this is the point. You can see it's 2 minutes 53. What do I show? Oh, wait. Everything's there. Sorry, Mark, what did you say? Now
Then
we
why
go
did
to
you
my
go and
point.
admit that you took frames out?
Now I said, did you see? Because I'm trying to show the impact point. I'm trying to show where the inferior mirage is. I'm very clear on saying where
Uh-huh.
the inferior mirage is. Okay, apparent horizon. Okay, still carrying on. Inferior mirage. Very clear. Is anything dishonest here, guys?
Looks good.
Yeah. You took frames out, yeah.
What's dishonest? I showed all the frames. Now I'm explaining to you what I'm doing. Now see the top of the inferior mirage? So that's the inferior mirage band, Mark. I can't help you because you don't understand. Now you call me dishonest. Okay, now let's see where the capsule hits. Now this is after take.
Yeah. See the
Inferior
cut?
mirage.
There was a cut. Yeah, there was a cut.
Yes,
Mhm.
because I
Did
took
you say you took
inferior-
frames out? You didn't say you
I
took
just
frames
showed
out
you.
at all.
I
No,
just
no, no,
showed
but you
you
didn't
on
say so
screen.
on the video. You just said, hey, let's look at it in slow motion.
Yeah. And I got videos after this explaining it and doing it again,
Yeah.
showing you. So
And he did
anyone
show the
being
full
dishonest,
splashdown as well.
Thank you.
But when he slowed it down, he took out 11 frames to make it seem like, because you
Four
can't
frames.
see it full
Four
speed. Excuse me, I'm
frames.
talking. Excuse me, I'm talking.
Stop
Excuse
misrepresenting
me, excuse me, I'm
Four
talking.
frames.
Excuse me. So he did not actually say that he took out frames. Basically, he said, let's look at it in slow motion. Here's where the mirage is. And then you can see the cut where he's cut out all of these frames, 11 frames, because Red's Rhetoric and the other guys went through and counted the frames that he took
And
out.
counted
And so when he
25.
says, no, I didn't take frames out, he's meaning the first one in full speed, not the slow motion. So he took them out of the slow motion one, and he himself sort of won't admit it, but he won't deny it either.
Okay,
Does it matter
first
how
of all-
many? It
first
was
of all-
11. But
first of
anyway,
all,
I think we should move on
I
because this is like, it's
showed-
clearly been shown he's
Yeah,
take
because you got
frames
lost.
out of one
Yeah,
of
because
those,
you got
the slow
nothing, that's
motion.
fine.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we really should move on because I'd
Okay.
like to address the debate.
Can
So
I
he took out
actually
some
defend
frames.
Is there-
myself?
We know
Let
that.
us move
Do
on
you mind,
to-
Mark, if there were
We can move on to the point that you brought up. So Leo, you had brought up a point in your intro statement there. So if you want to elaborate on that a little bit, and then we're going to try to get Nathan in here to respond to your point there, so we can get your voice in here.
Well, honestly, there were just a couple of things that they had mentioned in their intro that I wanted to get to before we move too far past it, and obviously some of this is what Nathan said, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's good. Go for it.
Okay, so the Michelson-Morley experiment was mentioned. That this didn't have anything to do with the motion of the Earth. It had to do with the motion of the Earth with respect to the luminiferous ether. And what it showed isn't that the Earth isn't moving, it's that there is no luminiferous ether, because if there was, we should be able to detect differences in how light behaves when it's leaving the Earth as a result of the drag of the Earth through this ether, but nothing like that was detected. So what that means isn't that the Earth isn't moving, which is a thing we've detected because we can see, differences in stars, and all, we've got the retrograde of planets and all that stuff. Like the Earth is moving. So that's a thing that we know. So the Michelson-Morley experiment didn't have anything to do with that. It had to do with the luminiferous ether. Somebody, I can't remember which one of you it was, but somebody mentioned something about phlogiston
like
and
to-
documented.
Well, if you just let Nathan respond, I'd like to make a point after that, if that's okay,
Oh,
Leo.
Yeah. So if you want to wrap up what you were saying there, Leo.
well, there was just like a few
Just
different points
the
I was going to
MMX?
hit.
Yeah, we'll hit him. We'll hit him.
And then we can get to the document that Flatzoid brought up. And then
No,
because
this starts about a document. I was going to bring up the phlogiston and documented evidence because that's
Okay. Oh, go
yeah,
for it. Sorry, Leo. Sorry.
no.
Go. Is it related?
So well, all I wanted to say with respect to that is that I mean that relates to some issues in the philosophy of science with respect to like scientific instrumentalism and scientific realism, and whether our scientific models are actually revealing anything about the world. But it doesn't do anything to like discredit science. That's not what that does. Somebody said space travel is impossible. No, it's not. And then somebody said that space doesn't exist. Yes, it does. And that was all I wanted to touch on.
Okay, so to get to the Michelson-Morley experiment, so it was to show the Earth moving. I believe Leo even said it was to show the Earth moving with regards to the ether. So that in and of itself is an attempt to show the Earth moving in some form or fashion. And they didn't get the predicted 30 kilometers per second.
That's a bit of an equivocation, isn't it?
Well, it's how you.
There's a difference between measuring the motion of an object with respect to something else and measuring its motion simplicator. And so what I'm saying is that this experiment did not measure the motion of the Earth in and of itself. It was measuring it with respect to some other object to see if that other object existed, because if it did, we should be able to measure Earth's movement with respect to it, which was not measured. That doesn't mean the Earth isn't moving. It means there is no luminiferous either.
The Earth
That's like
moving
saying,
is an
I just want to say something.
You can apply to the conclusion.
That's like saying if the Earth isn't moving through water, then it's not moving, right? We're only checking for one thing, and that was a luminous ether. So, you can't just sort of say because we didn't pick it up moving through this medium that it's not moving at all. That's what Leo's trying to say.
But the light did not pick up the Earth rotating and the light sources moving and then light being sent off at its constant speed and having one mirror brought closer than the other mirror. And they did it at all times of the year in all directions. And then that's when they invented the Lorentz transformation. No one had conceived of matter shrinking.
Yeah.
So there's two things.
How would you ever know if everything shrinks as you're trying to measure it? If your ruler shrinks to the same at the same time that your receiver is contracting, you're gonna get, and it's 1 foot of a receiver, and both shrink, and it still looks like a foot using that shrunken ruler. You could never tell. It's like a rubber ruler. It's something that would never. It would always appear like it's not moving, and that it's just shrinking. But you can also interpret it as it's not moving.
There's a couple of things here. One, it's hard to detect like something moving using like light alone, because light travels at a constant speed. Photons are massless. Number one. And what was the second thing that you said there right at the end? My mind is not serving me well.
The contraction.
Oh yeah, so Lorentz transformations. Lorentz transformations were utilized in electromagnetism before they were utilized by Einstein in special relativity. Einstein didn't come up with the
contraction before that?
Yes, length contraction and time dilation were utilized initially in electromagnetism because they helped preserve symmetries that were observed in electromagnetism, that if the Lorentz transformations didn't work, then the classical electromagnetism would break down. It wouldn't make any sense, except that we know it works. So obviously there's something wrong with our mathematical description, and we realized that Galilean transformations don't work. This is what led people like Henri Poincaré and Heinrich Lorentz and eventually Albert Einstein into all of the variety of ideas that eventually culminated in Einstein's special theory of relativity.
Yeah, and I just would like to add about Einstein that you keep sort of saying, hey, he said that no optical measurement would detect the rotation. Optical isn't the only type of measurement out there. It's sort of like saying, oh, because I can't measure it with this particular thing, then we can't measure it at all. Like, he only said optical. Like, you can't just say, well, we can't detect it at all because he said we couldn't detect it. Optical is just one type of measurement we can do.
Yeah, you could use like a physical mechanism to try to
Correct.
detect motion.
Which way did he get detect motion then?
What?
Which way detects motion then?
Which way?
Well, I mean-
well, I was just gonna say the laser ring gyroscope twice.
That's-
Yeah, the ring laser.
That can detect ether as well. Light utilizes the
Uses
ether, and
same
so
effect,
you would.
No, it doesn't.
It uses
It
the
doesn't
Sagan-
detect ether.
It uses the Sagan effect, and even the layering laser gyros, even the fog gyros, they all have drift.
The Sagnac
because
effect
of
is a
precession.
relativistic
They
effect.
all have precession. It's a mechanical thing.
Well, the Sagnac effect
Um,
is a relativistic effect, but it restores it as a result of a symmetry in a laser ring gyroscope. So, like, that's
Yeah.
not actually an issue. This is just a
Okay.
thing that flat earthers bring up, and this is how you know that they don't actually know the physics on this, because they all say Sagnac. The guy was French. His name was Sagnac.
Sagnac. It doesn't matter how
Sagnac.
pronunciation. and the
No,
fact
no,
that
it
you-
does. It's like
the fact
saying
that
it's
you
like
said
calling the
the
drink.
fact-
It's like calling the drink a cognac.
Okay.
It's not
Well,
called
if you
cognac.
don't
it's
want an-
cognac.
Can we also talk?
If you don't want an optical
talk?
one, then the focal pendulum is a definite example
it's
of a
not.
non-optical.
It's
Can I bring
measurement
something up
that
about
picks
the?
up the drift?
Can I share my
exactly
screen
the
for a
same.
second?
Excuse
With
me,
the-
Nathan. Please, I'm in the middle of talking. Come on,
I
buddy.
was busy
Um,
talking.
So the
For more
focal
brilliant
pendulum.
like usual.
Okay. All right. Well,
What's
then go.
the-
Go ahead,
What
Mark,
do you
go
have to
ahead.
say,
You're
Flatzoid?
welcome to share your screen. So if you want to share your screen, we can do that.
Then what do you have to say, Flatzoid? Sorry, I didn't know I interrupted. Go for it. What do you have to
I was
say?
talking about precision in ring laser gyros. Then you brought up protocol pendulum.
Okay.
But the problem is you keep talking over me when I'm trying to talk. Okay. So it works. It doesn't matter how you pronounce something. That already shows you don't have an argument to rebuttal. It's just semantics. I'm Afrikaans, so that's how I pronounce it. Anyway,
But I did rebut what
Every-
you said.
interferometry works with the Sagnac or however you pronounce it, okay? It's just the movement of light. Every optical, and that is optical, light is optical. It has precision. You can't show me one gyro in existence that does not have mechanical precision. Even that light has precision. You can go look up any document you want to. They admit it. It's got discrepancies. And the gyro is not supposed to drift because it's supposed to keep a space in a rigid space. So if it drifts, there's something wrong with it. It's not picking up rotation. It only picks up movement relative to that rigid space.
Okay, so the focal pendulum is a non-light based. It's very, very simple device. It just uses the Coriolis effect to measure the rotation of the Earth, and it will measure the rotation of the Earth. Like it comes out exactly the same as those ring laser gyroscopes, exactly the same measurement. And I noticed that you brought up these mechanical gyroscopes, Nathan. The effect is very, very weak. It has to be a very sensitive thing to actually pick it up. So we know that mechanical gyroscopes are not going to be sensitive enough to pick up that effect. In fact, the focal pendulum has to be of a decent enough length of line in order to pick it up, or it's just not sensitive enough. But if you have enough weight on it and a long enough line, it will pick up that drift. And with no interference from humans whatsoever, it will create that drift on the floor.
Okay.
So I just say, do you think it's frictionless? Do you
Well,
think
no,
the focal
I
pendulum
mean
is frictionless?
it's slight friction.
Thank you. So there's your oscillation.
And
So
If-
friction always points in the same way that we predict.
I've
In the
seen focal
north
pendulums
and
go
south.
opposite
Excuse me, I'm in the middle of talking. I'm sorry. The start of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine. So you think that friction will cause the pendulum to drift in the exact way every single time, regardless of the types of things we use to make the pendulum, regardless of the type of weight we have on it, regardless of all of that, it's going to affect it in exactly the same way. That's friction, isn't it?
So, as far as affecting it the right way, first off, I wanted to say, Mark, I am sorry for jumping in the middle of your sentence there.
Yeah, no worries.
But if I could share my screen real quick here, I actually wanted to.
Or let's see. We'll get that on there. Just give me 1 second.
Is there a way to? Okay, there goes the bar.
There you are. You're good to go now.
Okay. So I did want to quickly this is a Foucault pendulum that they wanted to carry out in the at the South Pole, supposed South Pole. And actually, they were able to get it to what they wanted. But if you look here, it actually says, standing on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins backwards relative to the direction it spins in the northern hemisphere. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first because we're all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning anti-clockwise. We realized our frame of reference, the Earth should be spinning clockwise, so we had to modify the pendulum. So these people were apparently able to modify to get the specific thing that they were looking for with their pendulum. And they're also, as far as if the pendulum is picking up anything, it could apparently be the ether as well, because you have the Elias effect, which NASA had put together, wanting to show that this guy who actually won a Nobel Prize in economics, but he found this Elias effect, and he saw that there was like a 13.5 degree shift during an eclipse, showing that the sun and moon might have an effect on the pendulum. This guy right here, he did an experiment for like 30 days straight. But yeah, he noticed that there was a change in the direction of the pendulum. And so there could be a sky interference, but it's not consistent. And then that even can get you to this here, which is this is a man who carried out or went to a museum that had set up a pendulum, and it actually did end up showing that over time it stayed in the same position for hours throughout the day. So this one didn't work. There are people who have called someone called the guy who installs these in museums, and he says that they have magnetic drives and motors that are also programmable. So you're able to get this. If the motor stops working, it stops swaying. But again, you can get sky influence. You can also rig it essentially to show what it is that you are trying to show.
Can I ask you a question, Nathan?
Yeah.
Do you know what a damped oscillator is?
I do not.
So the reason that they have the electric motor on them is because of atmospheric friction, gravitational potential friction, and a variety of other things that would otherwise. This is why no pendulum on Earth is ever going to swing forever, because there's a variety of outside forces that perturb that pendulum, that damp its oscillation such that it comes to a point of rest. In physics, like in an entry-level first semester physics course, you deal with oscillators, damped oscillators, driven oscillators, things like that. That's why they have electric motors on them. There's one at the Science Center of Iowa, and it doesn't stop. And all the electric motor does is add just a little kick to keep the pendulum swinging back and forth. That's all it does.
And that's why it can't be friction causing this effect. 'Cause friction would actually slow down and stop it, not keep it swinging.
If it's oscillating due to the push, the magnetic push every time, that's what gives it pinch. I mean, we got 4 focal pendulums in South Africa. Not one of them are in working order. Not one. Because we've even had them go the opposite way before.
And they do slow down because of friction, but the pendulum is also, it's attached to the Earth, which again, I mean, Einstein knew about pendulums, and not to appeal to authority and consensus of science, but that is something that scientists will do that are through the academics, is they appeal to consensus. Majority of scientists believe this, and big names like Einstein are also something that people will cling to. But these pendulums do have a friction. They do slow down, and if it's got magnetism or light, anything to do with magnetism and light, that is under the explanatory ability of the ether, and the luminiferous ether properties can account for this phenomena that we observe. Do you mind?
How would you? Oh, sorry, Nathan. How would you test the falsifiability of the ether? Because it has been tested in the Michelson-Morley and came up sort of really wanting. So how do you propose that we test this for falsifiability?
So the ether, the explanation of the ether does cover the observation of the conclusion, or the observation and the conclusion of the Michelson-Morley experiment. But the ether itself is not it's a philosophical proposition. It's not something that is, you know,
It's unfalsifiable.
I can't
It's
weigh
can't
out.
be
It's
falsified.
similar to space-time fabric, dark matter, dark energy. These things that we can't weigh.
No, it's
We
not.
can't. Can you hand me a piece
Yeah.
of space-time fabric and let me put it on a scale?
We need to
No,
focus
but I
on
can
the,
show you
I
that
think-
space-time exists.
Can I just say
we
something?
need to focus on the screen share that we
Yeah.
have here, or we need to access the
Yeah.
screen share.
No, it's fine.
I think can we get
It's
back
it's
to-
interesting that they got to the South Pole though, because I thought you couldn't do that.
I think
There's a
can we
few.
get
Well,
back-
you can
can we
tours.
get
I
back
thought
to
there was
the-
like a Game of Thrones wall or something.
White Walkers beyond it, yeah.
Yeah, can we maybe
No.
get back to the argument of
something like
Earth?
that.
Because we don't need to go to up in the sky. That's what Nathan opened with as well. We want to keep to the ground. What we're saying the Earth is. So can we get to
Do
the
you-
arguments presented for Earth? Thank you.
You,
Wait, but this was sort of your line of okay. Well, I mean, one of the things that really was problematic that sort of Nathan brought up was the idea that because diagrams look flat, then the Earth is flat. That is actually the reification fallacy. It's sort of mistaking the model for the to quote Nathan, another Nathan. It's
Hey, Mark.
mistaking the diagram. Yeah.
Because my can is round, beer is round. I'm sorry, I had to.
yeah. Well, because
Look,
because the
just
because
because
the
the-
planets are round, the Earth is round. It's
sorry.
the same.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
the
Leo.
same. What is it? Reification.
Mhm.
It's
No, it's not. There's a
Leo-
reason why that's the case. Do you
Leo,
want to know
your
what it is?
can- Your can is a
Yeah.
container.
It's
Your
Philosophy.
can is a container. So everything inside it is contained by the shape of the container. Thank you.
Yeah,
this
that's
container
called.
thing
Yeah,
is
that's
really-
called.
so can I
Precious.
ask the four lights experiment
I understand
that
why
or
that's relevant.
observation? Is that do you know of any way that could be has there been any demonstration or recreation of the four lights experiment showing that you can have light, because these lights are incrementally spaced out evenly, they're 1 mile apart a piece, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles, but the curvature that each one experiences from the observer is not incrementally spaced out. It doesn't keep even suit with the spacing of the lights themselves. So how is it that refraction bends all of these lights to appear exactly flat, exactly level, exactly planar, exactly horizontal? Is there any way to recreate that? Because flat earthers have been pressed about like bottom up disappearance, sunsets, things like that, and they've shown all of that on a flat earth surface with realistic variables. So is there any four lights experiment? Because I've talked to some people and I've never gotten a recreation or of this. I've gotten an explanation. I got sent a link to refraction, but I'm skeptical that refraction could do this. I mean, I could say that my car will get better gas mileage. If I take the engine out of it, it will weigh less and therefore get better gas mileage. I can do the math about if you take out so many pounds, it gets this much better gas mileage. I can do all that, but to actually apply it in a demonstration is a whole other topic that flat earthers heavily get pressed on doing, and it's demanded. Every single claim that a flat earther makes is scrutinized heavily and said show every single thing. Can you show that it is even possible for globe water to make that four light experiment happen?
Actually, just before we address that, like you're basically saying that every claim that you make gets scrutinized heavily, but what I notice is that you don't actually come up with what we come up with for the explanations. You don't have, like, you sort of say this luminous aether, but you don't actually demonstrate that it exists at all. You just say that that's what it is and that's what it does and that's what it can do. So no, you're not scrutinized as heavily as you should be. We should have calculations. We should have models. We should have a diameter to the flat earth. We should have all kinds of things from you, Nathan, that we don't get. So the claim that you're scrutinized more heavily than scientific facts is actually really, really appalling to me. I'm sorry, because we really give you a massive pass when it comes to coming up with models and calculations that we would demand of somebody who was working in the scientific field. Now, I'll just address that, because what you would do is do the test under different refractive conditions and see if it comes out. I mean, there was that canal experiment in England that the flat earthers really said, oh, this is the grand thing.
Bedford.
Yeah, the Bedford
The
level.
Bedford level experiment. Yeah.
And then they found out due to refraction, he was completely and utterly wrong. Like, he was just wrong. If you did it under a different refractive index day, you would get a different result. Now, I'm not familiar with this experiment, but what you would do is present it under a number of different refractive indexes and find out if that's actually the case, because we've seen people do experiments with light over distance and having to, raise it up so that people actually see the light coming through. In fact, I think a party of flat earthers under Jeranism did that one, and they had to actually elevate the light in order to see it. So, where is this experiment? Where is the report on it? So if you want to be scrutinized as much as science, then you need to come up with a paper. You need to test your variables. You need to change variables and make sure what is causing it is actually the thing that's causing it, and then subject that to scrutiny.
Okay, can I give
First things first, if you want to be scrutinized by science, you need to actually do real science. So that's go ahead.
First of all, he didn't claim science. Yeah. Would you be able to quickly bring that diagram up again, Nathan? And then Mark, if you want to keep to science, like you said, please let the globe keep to science, because we don't have any science for globe. It's pseudoscience.
What do you mean by pseudoscience?
You can believe that if you want. I don't.
How do we assume?
Well, hold on here, because that's a really interesting question. What's the difference between science and pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience is based on a belief and conjecture, where science is just a method.
That doesn't tell me anything. Like, what is?
Science is the cause for the effect. Even Mark just said so. Now, your globe doesn't have a cause for effect scientifically. It has a belief without a scientific hypothesis and experiment. And this started way back.
I just got a pop-up. Is my screen still on?
Yeah, it's on.
It's
Started
still
to
on.
drop.
I saw the pop-up.
I just got a
Yeah.
pop-up that said I got dropped. Can y'all see the?
I just wanted to say something really quickly about what Flatzoid just said there. You do know that there's a lot of philosophers of science, actually. I mean, Bertrand Russell was one who thinks that causation isn't even a fundamental feature in our scientific theories. There are no variables of causation. So you said cause and effect, but it doesn't seem that cause and effect, that the notion of causation may be even, present in fundamental physical equations. So I think that's pretty interesting, how people always characterize science as like cause and effect, but when you actually go talk to the people who study what science is fundamental, a lot of them would say that, a lot of them believe that causation might not actually be a fundamental feature of science. Science is much, much more than that.
Pseudoscience.
Isn't the science?
Science is specifically for the cause of the effect. You're trying to figure out what caused the effect. That's what science.
I don't think that's true.
Yes.
It's part of it.
What do you think an IV and DV is for?
What do I think? What is for?
What is an IV and a DV?
Independent variable, dependent variable.
Thank you. Yeah. So your independent variable is what causes your dependent.
Why are you
variable.
telling me about things I learned in 8th grade?
I'm trying to explain it to you because you're saying philosophy is science.
Well, so you think science is just independent variable and dependent variable? That's all you think science
Science
is?
is a method to figure out the cause for the effect. That's what science is. That's got nothing to do.
Yeah,
with
but what
trying to
about people who
understand the
think that
natural
causation?
world.
What about people who don't think that causation features fundamentally in science? What would you say to somebody who said that?
Pseudoscience, because they have a
Yeah, but so
belief.
what do you mean by pseudoscience?
They have a belief. Science is a
Yeah, but
method.
scientists
It's got
have
nothing
beliefs
to do
too, so
with
I don't
if you
understand what that means.
Science doesn't care if you have a belief about science or something. It's simply a method. It's for the cause of an effect. Full stop.
I don't think.
Yeah, but
you
what
know
about people
science
who don't
is.
think that causation's a part of it? See, that's the thing. You're just repeating the same things over
Well,
again
it's-
because you
people
don't
have their different takes
actually
on
know
science.
anything about the philosophy of science.
Can I to address? So Mark, you talked about the like being under the scrutiny of science and having to show your maths and your claims and your calculations and everything. I just posed this to the globe side of the discussion using any variables, any realistic natural refractive index, lapse rates, or anything like that. Just show a recreation that shows this result. If you need a refractive index that is heavily suited to show this, and temperature and lapse rate and all of that, do it. Just show that it is possible, because right now this has only been shown, can only be shown on a flat surface. This would be an observation of the natural world because it's natural conditions. We're looking at something outdoors and it's natural conditions, and it only is able to be affirmed by a flat surface. So that would show that it is a flat surface. There are claims that can be made. Here's one thing that I think is really important.
Well, let me address that. Let me address that before you go on. Can I please address what you've said?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're basically saying that we're subject to the same scrutiny, but you haven't shown how tall the lights are, what kind of conditions there were, what kind of well, you haven't shown that. That's the thing. Like, you need to draw all of this up so people can replicate your experiment and then see if they get the same result. Because just saying, hey, I did a thing is not enough. That's not the scrutiny that we apply to science. We say, hey, I did a thing and got this result, and then put it out there and say, hey, can everybody else do the thing and come up with the same result? And that's what you're not doing. You're telling me a story, right? You're telling me a story about what some person did, and it holds no weight whatsoever, because I don't know that if, you're not publishing it, you're not giving any kind of refractive index, you're not giving any account for ionic scattering, you're not giving any account at all, and just a blurry photo, a hand-drawn thing on graph paper, and saying, hey, that proves what you're claiming. That's not how anything works. Imagine if I gave you a hand-drawn diagram of a curved Earth and something that I did and said, hey, that proves the Earth is round. You wouldn't take it very seriously, would you, Nathan?
I would. If you're just showing it to illustrate the point, I would listen to the context of what you're saying and the message you're trying to get across. The point you're trying to make, I would listen to and take in.
Can I just make a...
Yeah, but I'm taking in your point, but I'm saying that there's a better way to validate that is an experiment has been done correctly, because you're asking me to account for an experiment that I don't know exactly how it's done. I don't know the refractive index on that day. I don't know if there was cloud cover for.
That's why I said take any.
I don't. Well, I don't know the specifics of the experiment. So how can I possibly say what's involved in it? Because nothing about the surrounding environmental conditions has actually been noted down. You've just got a picture and a photo, and that's it. I don't, like, you'll call our photos from space fake, I mean, why would I just not go, hey, somebody took a photo of lights, congratulations?
Can I
go ahead, Flatzoid. I want to pull something up while you're doing that.
Sure. First of all, Mark, you just hand waved the missing it. The point is, we can demonstrate what we are claiming. This demonstrates a flat surface. If you go watch the actual video of the observation, the demonstration, you can see the lights, you can see all the information you need. Secondly, he never claimed science, so he doesn't need to give you any hypothesis or science for it. Thirdly, just because you say you don't accept it because you want to know all light scattering and all that nonsense, doesn't make it an invalid demonstration. We have actual physical demonstrations where the globe has none. That's the whole point.
And you want to know what's really funny, Mark?
Yeah,
if I could jump in here just really quickly.
Sure.
I'll be really quick, Mark. I promise. I just wanted to say to you, it's funny how he's saying, oh, well, you trying to specify all of the variables so we can figure out what the dependent variables and the dependent variables are is wrong. That doesn't... excuse me, that doesn't invalidate the model. But 5 minutes ago, he was talking about independent variables and dependent variables, and that was the whole thing that you were trying to get at. This is just hilarious.
Wow. Yeah, it's funny. No, I was going to talk, so I'll just address what he said. Thank you. Anyway, I'll address what he said. So I never said that you were doing science. What I'm saying is that Nathan said, hey, we're put under a lot of scrutiny. We're scrutinized a lot. And when I start to bring up things that, hey, this is how we'd scrutinize it, you say, no, we shouldn't have to do that. If you want to be scrutinized, be scrutinized. You're basically saying, hey, we don't want to be scrutinized in our things that we're doing here. And what the completely hypocritical thing about Flatzoid is that he'll say, oh, you hand waved this away. I showed pictures of the Earth. Pictures of a actual Earth, and you guys hand wave it away and say, oh, it's CG kind of thing. Why should I take your photo seriously if you just hand wave and say, hey, your pictures aren't real either, when I have the pictures to show it, and I can get tons of pictures of a round Earth. You haven't addressed the eclipse thing. You haven't addressed the experiment that I put out there. You haven't addressed anything that I've said.
Can I stick to one topic? Oh, by the way, it violates the first and second law of thermodynamics.
Stick to one topic, excuse me.
Hold on.
Stick to one
Hey,
topic. We
Flatzoid,
weren't
can I
talking
jump
about
in
the
here for a
laws
sec?
of thermodynamics, one topic at a time.
Let's
Okay.
let Mark finish.
Then I just want to finish my statement. We were through this with the last debate, and this is actually answering what your pictures from space. It violates the first and second law of thermodynamics. That's why it cannot
Wait,
be a
how do
picture
pictures
from
do that?
space. Okay, go again.
How do
Nathan.
pictures violate? How do pictures violate the first and second? No,
No,
I'm
he's
curious on
talking
this.
about the
How do
globe Earth.
pictures? Yeah, how does a globe Earth violate the first and second laws of thermodynamics?
You haven't heard this, have you?
No, I haven't. This is gonna be interesting.
We're busy
Never
on
heard that
on-
either.
It's
we're busy
something.
on-
It's
Can I talk?
something.
Let's let him answer, everybody.
Okay, first of all, your globe starts on the premise by violating the first law of thermodynamics. Nothing created everything. That violates the first law. Second,
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? How does that even remotely relate to the shape of the
model's
Earth?
origins is based on nothing created everything.
No, it's not.
Well,
No, it's not.
let's address
I can tell
that
you
for a
where the
second.
solar system. Yeah, I can tell you where the
Yeah.
solar system came from.
Infinitesimal
It came
space
from
matter
it came from a
and
massive
energy.
cloud of hydrogen gas that was collapsed as a result of a
Where
supernova,
did the
and that
hydrogen
slowly
gas come
accumulated
from?
matter
Yeah,
over time.
that's on the
Because
spot
this
speak,
is
right?
this is actually how science works. This is gravity. This is general relativity. Something
Well,
I'm
just-
almost certain you don't have any understanding of. So yeah, when you say nothing, like you're just deflecting away from actually answering the question I asked you. How does the
And can I
shape
just
of the
point something
Earth
out?
relate to the first and the second laws of thermodynamics? Go ahead, Mark.
Where did
Yeah. So I just want to
hydrogen gas
also
come
point
from?
out,
I call Max after Mark.
just quickly, I've just got one very small point. I just want to point out that all this debate, they've been like, go directly to the shape. Don't look at the things around it and the sky and all the other things. But when they get stuck, they go to the first and second laws of thermodynamics.
Pay no mind to the man behind the curtain.
You brought up pictures from space. You brought
All
up
right,
pictures
so
from space.
so
that
where
helps me
you
to-
fellas did, sorry, I'm clipping a little bit there. Where you fellas did get a chance to speak there for a bit, we're gonna let Nathan and Flatzoid speak for a while. And to the live chat, I have been silently moderating as much as I can here, but I am trying to make sure that you can hear our speakers exclusively here because there are a lot of voices in our chat right now. So we're gonna give up to 2 minutes here for Nathan and Flatzoid to bounce some ideas off of each other there.
Hope they
based
answer
on
my
what
question.
Leo and Mark said, okay?
Okay.
So the
I'll
floor
give
is yours,
one-
fellas.
Okay, I'll give 1 minute and then Nathan 1 minute. Is that fine, Nathan?
Yep, go for it.
Okay. First of all, where did your hydrogen gas come from? Nature can't create itself. Hence why it's supernatural. God is above nature. He's the in beginning, he's the Alpha and Omega. AKA, nature has already violated the first law. Second law is the entropic law. So if you have a high pressure system separate to the surrounding system that's a low pressure system, entropy will increase and all the gas we breathe will fill the available space. This is simply your space is violating natural law, because if it was a closed system, great, we got gas to breathe. If it's an open system, we would not be alive right now to be able to have this debate. And back to the actual argument we just had, we can demonstrate things, you guys can't. Thank you.
I will say, okay, I got a lot to cover here. Got to be quick. Talking fast is not my thing, but anyway, well, okay. So, yes, there is a scrutiny that is applied to the flat Earth, and having all of these variables. If an observation is made where you see a mirror flash too far away, you want to know the refractive index every 10 feet of water. There is something to like how high is the sun or how far away is the sky or this or that, but we don't claim to know that. We don't claim to know the sizes, the distances, or those types of things. And that's one thing that I wanted to say that I think is important for people trying to grasp this concept. Astronomy of today makes claims of knowing what the deep ocean of an exoplanet is, or the atmosphere, and they can tell you the gas molecules on that atmosphere. We hardly understand parts about the deep ocean of our own Earth. So they're the ones that almost inflate our understanding of we can know all of these things when really, I mean, knowledge it can be, until it's settled, knowledge is kind of hard to pin down. And then let's see. So yeah, that is a diagram that does grow to one, Groutaone. He's the one that did that experiment 4 lights, all 1 foot high, observer height of 7 inches. You can check his video out and he goes into it, but use any variables you want, any refractive, powerful refraction, cold temperatures, hot temperatures, do this, do that. Just recreate it using natural, realistic, within parameters of natural conditions, recreate it. Just start there. It's a very wide target to try to hit. And then I wanted to actually share my screen real quick. I don't really know too much about debates as far as like the affirmative or the defensive or whatever, but like the Globe claim for like NASA is supposed to be an official source. And so I think, Ryan, can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, you sure can. And I'll just remind everybody in the chat that we will have our Q&A at the end of this debate. I do want to check with each of our debaters. So if you want to each give me a huzzah, are you all good for time right now? Because we're having a great discussion, but we are going a little over time, which is okay. I think everybody's having a great time. But
Yeah, more than happy.
Ah.
Dilly.
Y'all get dilly.
all right, I hear all happy noises. So, where we have a screen going on. If everybody
Yeah,
needs,
all right. Everybody smile.
If anybody needs to take a second to, have a break or anything like that, just let me know. But we'll continue on. All right. So I'm going to jump out here and let you continue on with what you're doing there.
I do have a quick question, because that was about 2-ish minutes there. Is there any way that me and Mark could respond before we jump into the screen share?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
If
that's
you're
great.
cool with that, you cool with that? I mean, that's cool by me.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
that's
This is
fine.
kind of a next topic thing. So yeah, I'll just leave it.
So
up if that's
to respond to Flatzoid, he just asked, well, where does hydrogen come from? Well, that's a question. That's not explaining how the Earth being round violates the first law of thermodynamics, which merely states that more simplistically, that energy cannot be created or destroyed, just for those who might not know, because I know there's probably some flat earthers out in the chat. So I just want to make sure that they're up to speed with, what we're talking about. And then he mentioned, violates the second law because, you've got all this gas in Earth's atmosphere. But the pressurized gas equalizes over time, unless, as everybody, because this is how actual physics works, as everybody who's taken a course in physics knows, there's a force acting on the gas. If you have like an ionized gas that is electrically charged, and you have some large magnetic field, you can change the behavior of that gas. That's kind of a thing, and gravity can do the same. And the Earth is a massive planet, and so it has gravity. That's why things fall. That's why a crumpled up ball of paper and a pound sledgehammer will fall and strike the surface of the Earth at the same time, because this is how physics works. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, and so I was going to mention the same. So areas like high pressure systems in weather, they don't have a container around them. They're still a high pressure system. Forces acting upon gases can, and basically phenomenon acting upon gas can like keep pressure on. If you've got like a really heavy gas like sulfur hexafide or something like that, it will basically have a higher pressure and go below the oxygen, but it will keep that pressure without any container whatsoever. And that is the effect of gravity. We can see that happen. So, this whole idea, and Leo's absolutely right. If you take wind resistance out, if you drop any two objects without wind resistance of falling, they will fall at exactly the same rate. And that no flat earther has been able to tell me why that happens on their model. Well, if you can, Flatzoid, you can thrill us all with your explanation of why things drop at exactly the same rate, no matter what the size or density of them is.
Simple. You took the medium out. It's medium dependent. Take the friction away.
What do you mean?
It falls the same because it's got aerodynamics.
What?
What?
The
What does that have to?
If you have no
what does
particles
friction
stopping
have
your
to do
fall,
with-
you're unimpeded. You're at a free fall rate. You have the more
Hold on.
particles. Go ahead.
If I take two 10-pound balls and I drop them on Earth from 10 feet in the air with Earth's atmosphere in a room, they'll hit the ground at the same time. If I were to like evacuate all the air in that room and repeat the same experiment, they will still fall at the same rate. So tell me again what the medium has to do with
They
this.
got the same area aerodynamics to fall through. That's why you can have a feather and a bowling ball hit the ground at the same time. It's not because mass is attracting mass, it's because you remove the medium. Remember when you said science?
No.
But even if the medium was there, it would happen.
Yeah.
Like
So
this
with
is
the
the whole
medium
independent
there-
variable,
There's-
dependent variable thing
Sorry,
that you
keep-
mentioned is so like this is just confusing. Like you're the one that brought up independent dependent variable. That's how science works. This is how science works. In both scenarios, we get the same effect. One in which there is an atmosphere, and one in which there isn't. So it's obviously the case that in this scenario, the medium doesn't matter. So the medium is not responsible for the force felt by the objects.
Okay,
So then what
I'm going to
is?
do it this way. I'm going to give you three ways to do it. Let's take a bowling ball and a feather. We drop it in the air. The bowling ball drops before the feather. Now we do it in a vacuum. They drop the same. Now put it in the water. The feather floats while the bowling ball goes down. What did we change every time? The medium.
You actually, of course, but it's more the forces associated with the medium that work against gravity that you changed because
Can
I
you
try to touch on
you
the
can
consistency?
impede the force the force of gravity. Actually, I have a really
Gravity's
cool
not a
demonstration of this. I have like probably like a quarter-pound glass bottle here, and I have some neodymium magnets. Oh no, I can do magic because it doesn't fall because of gravity. But what's that? What's that you say, Leo? Oh, well, there's magnets, and that force is stronger than gravity and can hold this up against it. Yeah, kind of like, buoyancy in water, which is also a thing that exists in the atmosphere.
Okay.
And air
Magnetism is
resistance,
real.
as I said,
Density is
air
a big part of the
resistance.
flat Earth for why things go up or down. It's density,
Magnetism is
particles,
real.
forces, magnetism.
Magnetism
Well,
is
we've
real.
kind of had this
Gravity-
conversation before, Nathan.
Gravity is not a force, and you haven't even had.
No,
an
you're
actual
right, it's a
scientific
pseudo-force.
You haven't had an
Acceleration.
actual scientific hypothesis ever since it was prescribed by Newton. You don't have a mechanism to actually make gravity work.
Okay, so
Yeah,
if
we
it's
do.
density, then why, if you put sort of one object that's less dense in water and one object that's more dense but of different sizes, the one with the bigger size will displace more water. Like for instance,
Greater
if
volume.
you- sorry, it's volume.
Greater- yeah.
So if it's volume, then any object that's bigger should be able to displace more water, regardless of what density it is.
A ship floats on the water because it displaces its amount of force it's pressing on the water. Remember?
Yeah,
with
but
the-
it's not
with the
density.
With the density, it's got to do with can the medium support the object or not. Why do you think things?
No, I'm talking about
But
displacement.
what force? What force Flatzoid is acting
Pressure.
against
The object's pressure
the
is a force. The object's pressure is a force.
Object's
it's pressure as a result. The pressure against the water, you mean,
I
right?
did this with Mark in the last
Because
debate. My first
objects
No,
are
I know what
seeking
pressure is. I'm trying to clarify what it is that you're saying. You're talking about the pressure of the ship against the water, right? Displaces the water. Is that what you're trying to say?
displays
Okay,
pressure.
but why does the ship exert pressure against the water?
It's trying to seek rest down. It's seeking downwards because what's above it can't sustain it, and the sides are equilibrium, so it can only go down. That's the only option left. It would require energy. If you put energy into the bottom of the ship and lift it up, you will raise it. But otherwise, if you don't have anything to supply energy, the only way that it can go is down because things want to go to their lowest resting energy at all times.
Yeah, which is the center of the Earth. Because the Earth has mass and therefore
Wait,
exerts a gravitational field.
wait, hold on. You've said that the reason for that is density, right?
Let's stop the screen share or move
But
into
if
the
you
example.
get something that is incredibly big, right, but less dense, like a huge, ball of foam, it's massive, right? A huge ball of foam, and you get a marble, it's more dense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you drop them both in water, the huge ball of foam will displace more water than the tiny marble.
Yeah.
Why? The marble's denser.
Area.
It's how much volume goes
Okay.
into the water.
Do you know what density over area is?
Volume.
Based on your- yeah.
No, the area is the volume. What's density over volume?
Mass.
Right, mass, beautiful.
Yeah,
So
okay.
things of a larger mass exert a
send the screen share
greater
for now,
downwards
please.
force. Congratulations,
Sorry,
you just
sorry, can I
described
just-
gravity.
What's up?
Why they weigh more?
Okay,
Because
can I
weight
just
is
say-
actually a force.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
first of
but
all,
you know, mass is,
guys,
you know,
you
Yeah,
begging
yeah,
the
mass is
question.
the thing.
you've just
begging the-
described gravity.
You're begging
Congratulations.
the
Yeah.
question a lot here. First of all, gravity is not a force. Nothing is.
Well,
No,
yeah,
but we can
falling
treat it as one.
according- Nothing
Yes,
is
we treat it
falling
as one.
according to gravity. The Earth is rising up to the object. So therefore,
Well,
force.
no.
Can I finish talking? Can I finish talking? Okay.
If you would
Now
say
with
right
this,
things,
can
maybe.
I finish talking?
Let's let him finish, please.
Okay. According to general relativity, it's an effect caused by space and time bending in the fourth mathematical dimension. It's Earth
No.
rising to the apple, appearing to give the apple falling. No force required. You got no mechanism for this. Now, when it comes to density, the mechanism that is a force is the object's pressure, which is forcing itself through the medium. That's why it either goes up or down. It's vector based on which one has the more pressure.
Okay, so
And-
I'll address that. So basically, what we've just saw is people that have logically concluded that it is not the mass that governs the weight. And yes, we all know that gravity isn't a force. It's a pseudo force. It's caused by distortion of space-time. We all get that. We just treat it as a force when talking about the effect it has. So the effect that happens, the phenomenon that we're seeing. So if the downwards weight, the downwards amount of pressure, as you put it, you know, and that's sort of reflected by displacement, is governed by the mass of the object. That is gravity. That is just 100% gravity.
The
And,
displacement
you know,
is
there's been
determined by volume.
experiments.
Displacement determined by volume.
No, it's not.
So
As-
can I-
because
can
we
I-
agreed on my example, like when you have a massive volume of something that doesn't have a lot of mass, it doesn't displace as much.
Hold on. If you have a massive ball of foam and you set it in water and it only goes this far in, and just say 20,000 atoms are in the water, and then you have a very small object that is 50,000 atoms, it's going to displace more water because more volume is taken up that would displace more water than the giant object. It depends on how much of the object is in the water and is submerged or completely under. If it sinks, it's going to put in a lot more. It's going to put in its total volume, versus a ball that floats on the top is only going to put at the very bottom of itself into the water
No.
and displace very little.
Can I respond here? I'm also sharing my screen because this is going to be important. But I do want to say that there is a sense in which Nathan is correct. Like, you can have a boat that weighs more than another boat that has more mass, but actually displaces less because less of it is in the water. So like that is a thing, but that really doesn't matter to what we're talking about here. I really need the screen share. Because I was going to respond to the whole like thing about general relativity. The Earth is coming up to us. I don't know if the screen is sharing.
It is sharing right now.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe I can't see it myself, so that's probably why.
You're good. The audience can see it.
But so he said that there's no mechanism for this. That's false. Here it is. It's very, very well mathematically described. And this is a very, very simplistic description sort of what gravity is according to general relativity. It is not that the Earth is rising up to the apple. Is it true that the apple is a massive object and thereby exerts some sort of mass energy stress in space-time that the Earth can feel? Yes. Is that going to be something that you're going to be able to quantify in the equations? Probably not. The apple is falling toward the Earth as a result of the curvature in the space-time that the apple exists in. This creates a potential, and if there is no force holding that object up against that potential, it will fall towards the more massive body. Here's the literal math that describes how this works. So when you say that, oh, there's no way to describe this, I'm going to stop sharing now, that's just straightforwardly wrong. Please take a course in general relativity.
Rebut that. Bring that back on quickly.
And
Okay.
well, hey, while you're bringing
I
that
can do
up,
that.
Leo, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So say that this is the fabric of space-time, and then this is the Earth, and it displaces this. And now you're standing on my knuckles. and you have an apple, where is the space-time fabric that apple is displacing, or is that falling into the void that the Earth is causing a dividend? If that makes sense.
This is where general relativity, it does to me. This is where general relativity gets very, very confusing, because as anybody who has any remote understanding of it, and I only do because of what I'm about to say, knows that general relativity is not an easy subject to understand. This requires a high degree of mathematical maturity and a relatively high degree of maturity in physics as well. That's why most people who take a general relativity course where you're like actually deriving or building up to Einstein field equations is almost always the graduate level. And they are difficult courses, because when we are talking about things close to the surface of the Earth, we can actually treat space-time as flat and not curved. And what happens is that objects fall toward the surface of the Earth because their 4 vector, which is the vector that describes their motion through the 4 dimensions of space-time, 4 vector is what's that?
We can't actually.
Yeah, we can't see your screen.
I'm sharing it, so I don't.
There you go. You're good.
Oh, there you
There you
go.
go.
Okay. Okay, there it goes. Participants can now. Anyway, so what happens close to the Earth is we can treat space-time as flat, or space is flat, but time is different. Now, space and time are connected into space-time, but the thing is that, and again, it's just really complicated because that's general relativity. Space is flat towards the surface of the Earth, but time still shears. And as a result of this shearing through time, objects are always moving through time, unless you're moving at the speed of light, and then you're not. But like fire right now, if I were to let go of it, it's going to fall down into my lap because it's not traveling at the speed of light. It's just an otherwise stationary object in space-time. But it's moving through time. And so what's happening is, as it moves, and I'm going to move this way, and that describes movement through time, the vector associated with that object is slowly going to be rotated into the dimensions of space as a result of the shear in the dimension of time, forcing the object downward towards the more massive object. Because this is how general relativity works. This is kind of how reality works. And what people often do, like you guys, is use the very, very complex nature of general relativity as an argument to attempt to discredit it. But what that really is incredulity. It's more, I don't understand this thing, so I'm going to discredit it because it's really complex and I don't understand.
Let's stop the screen share, please.
Sorry, I gotta stop you.
I think Flatzoid wanted the screen share.
General relativity.
Okay, let's continue there.
Yeah, sorry. General relativity is simply based in the 4th dimension pseudo-Riemannian space. So it's a concept of space.
What is that? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me what that is? Yeah, but I'm just curious. You said a thing, and I'd like to know what that is.
Leo, if we can let him speak there, and let him go through his example.
He's going to be talking past me.
Well, what did you say? What did you say it was?
He said pseudo-Riemannian manifold. I don't know what that is. I want to know if he can tell me what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't want him to explain a thing that I don't understand.
It's 4th dimensional, and the fact you say you don't understand it shows you don't understand general relativity, because it's based on 4th dimension pseudo-Riemannian. Okay, so space.
That didn't tell me what the manifold is.
Curvature of space, you cannot curve a concept. Time is also a concept. You cannot bend time. Okay? Based on general relativity, the Earth, because of your reference frame, seems to have the effect that the apple is falling. But it's not. You are the one that's free falling constantly because you are rising up to the apple. The net force is 0 on that apple when it's falling because you are rising up to that. It's actually very simple. And the fact you got this wrong,
relative velocity.
I don't want to cut you off there.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, this is Leo's screen share. So we're gonna let Leo run through his screen share here, so we can let him wrap up what he's got here. Go for it.
Well, I mean, I can stop the screen share. I only brought it up because Flatzoid wanted me to bring it up, but he didn't say anything about it, not surprisingly. So I do know what a pseudo-Riemannian manifold is, and I asked him to try to explain it to see if he understood it, and he didn't. He just said it's 4-dimensional, and, well, they can be, yes. But what I wanted him to say is something along the lines of the fact that these manifolds manifolds are, well, in general relativity, they're four-dimensional. They're differentiable. That means that you can differentiate functions defined across the manifold, and that there is what's called a metric tensor associated to the manifold at every point in it that can be used to characterize a variety of degrees of freedom that can characterize whatever that manifold represents in the instance of space-time. This would be things like curvature and stress and a variety of things. So I'm wondering who it is that doesn't understand general relativity here. He didn't. He just kept going on. It's all four-dimensional and it's all a concept, except that it's not, because we've objectively physically measured curvature in space-time. We can see it in our telescopes. We've measured time dilation. In fact, our GPS satellites have to consistently correct for time dilation effects. If they didn't, in a mere 24 hours, the GPS on your phone would be off by roughly I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of speaking. Would be off by roughly 7 miles. So when he says that space and time are just concepts, that's not true. We can physically measure differences in them that are a result of their interaction with other physical things that are physically existing in the physical world, because space and time are physical.
Where do they connect though? Because like a rock doesn't really have a concept of time, but like I'm just curious, like if dimensions are spatial, like you have length, height, width, and like if I gave you a ruler, how many seconds did I hand you? Like how many hours did I just give you without giving you a ruler? Because that's a dimension.
I'm confused as to what you're asking me.
Like
I want to say something here, that a rock, you said, doesn't have a concept of time, and that's meaningless. Like time affects rocks, right? There's erosion and things like that. Time definitely affects rock. It doesn't matter about whether it has a concept of time. Like I'm not sure why you would bring up a concept of time. Okay, because it doesn't matter if it has excuse me. It doesn't matter if it has a concept or not. It matters whether it is actually affected by it. So I don't know what that's got to do with anything. And just as a side note, I just want to add something really quickly. At some point, are you guys ever going to get to the stuff that I brought up, like the experiments that I brought up and the pictures?
Yeah,
and
let's go there now, because this is a little more into like forces talks. So Mark,
sorry, I was just say before you start, we did already do that. Hence, first and second law of thermodynamics, which debunks your space pictures. Go again.
No, not just the pictures, the experiment. And you didn't debunk anything. Just because you've got like the laws of thermodynamics wrong, it doesn't mean you've debunked anything.
So the ships. So Mark, you had brought up the ships over the horizon from
it was
Aristotle.
More that CN tower, that CN tower, the 150 something meters of obstruction that you see there.
So let's see if I'm going to share my screen real quick here, and then I don't want to exit out of one of these tabs here.
Yeah, obstruction can be demonstrated on flat surfaces.
Obstruction can be a demonstration of flat surfaces. Is that what you just said?
Yep.
How's that?
He's going to show it now for you.
Why?
You just quickly bring it on the screen. Even on my channel, I've done it many times. Many people have done it. Based on your angle and refraction, you can get this every time of the day on a flat surface.
Are y'all still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't see your screen, though. We can't see your screen.
Do you see it now?
No.
Nope.
You're not screen sharing.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
I gotta change this up now. We're all over the place.
Now we good?
I am enjoying this. Mm-hmm.
So this would be this is Rob Skiba. He's talking about the lensing effect that can happen with the atmosphere. It is globe advocating or proponents scientists that do say that water acts like a lens. So this is a demonstration of a lens that can cause magnification. Magnification is what can cause things to keep their size, to expand in size, and can also cause things to like horizons and skylines. This determines what you see. Like here, if this was a city, you can see how you would keep the angular size of the sun, despite him moving further away on a flat surface. He's keeping the size of the sun. You can have buildings here that you can see, or sometimes you can't. It is magnification of the atmosphere is something that is it's a variable. It changes day to day.
I didn't
And so
see
that is-
anything. I didn't see anything there that would suggest that you could hide 150 kilometers of CN tower behind due to magnification. I didn't see anything there. You just put a bar over the bottom. What are you talking about?
So here I will
Okay,
Pretend skyline, and he put that over the bottom. I don't see how that demonstrates
if you watch
anything.
the video, if he moves it down in the distance, because of refraction, because of magnification, it appears to have bottom-up obstruction with the same angular size.
there
Are
is
you guys talking about this with respect to sunlight? Just I'm trying to understand the framework.
Yeah, I
here.
don't get it.
This specifically was for the sun setting, but it goes with the same reference to anything that you like his skyline. Because of refraction and the angle, we have bottom-up obstruction.
How come
Are you talking
the
about
sun's
Sorry, you
how
talking
come the
about
sun's
sinking?
size doesn't change?
Because of the magnification
I'm sorry,
of
Mark.
the atmo. The lower you go,
Are you talking about
the more-
sinking?
Sinking? What sinking?
Sinking and looming, the optical effects. You don't know what sinking is?
I don't know you were talking about that. Simple. When he moves away, the magnification keeps the angular size relative to how it's supposed to be, keeping the same. Because the more they go
No,
away...
no, how is it
Listen, the further it
partially
goes
obstructed?
away, the first it goes away, the more atmo you are looking through. So the more it magnifies it as it drops due to perspective.
How?
And that's why the magnification of the water in front, due to the angle that's limited, it's more acute.
How does the magnification work? What's
But it
doing the
doesn't magnify.
magnifying?
Air.
No, but hold on here. What's doing the magnifying?
The light going through the air, it's refraction.
How?
What do you mean how? Light travels through
Yeah,
the
how?
incidence
How
angle.
does the light? Yeah, light
through
moves
the-
through mediums. I understand that. How does it magnify it?
By changing the incident angle.
water vapor is a magnifier.
There we go.
Well, merely changing the incident angle isn't magnification.
Water, like the pencil in the glass of water in
Yeah,
that's
that's not really
showing
What do your
magnification.
glasses- What does your glasses do, Leo?
Well, it doesn't magnify anyway. The thing stays the same size relative to how far away it is. It's just the bottom is obstructed. What we want to see is how the bottom is obstructed. That's what we want to see. Like, that doesn't, saying magnification doesn't explain why the bottom is obstructed.
It's simple. The closer, larger angle, in this case the water, would be magnified more than the object in a distance. What happens when something's closer and a larger angle? It occults. So you have diffraction.
And Mark, to
That's
with the magnification, because
ridiculous.
I get what you're getting at. I'm trying
Well,
to
I mean,
look
you
for it
didn't
as
show the video of this. I noticed
I know,
that you
I'm-
said, "Oh, we've got this video that's a bulletproof thing," and it's just don't show it.
well, I'm
You just put
looking
a
for
bar down the bottom saying, sort of a simulated skyline, and then just called it obstructed.
I'm looking for the magnification video because there are people that have, or the bottom up disappearance video. It's been shown. There was a lady who on her floor, she had objects and she had like a button tied to the back of an RC car and everything, low to the ground objects. And then and she through only using temperature variation by opening and closing her front door in the winter, allowing cold air to rush over, you actually do get a disappearing of objects that are low to the ground. They disappear bottom
Yes.
up objects.
That is
Sky
sinking.
Sky
That
free.
is sinking.
Sky free.
That is sinking. That is, excuse me, that is sinking. That is exactly what I was
disappearance.
talking about. Now, I'll share sinking. So a change in temperature causes refraction, which causes sinking, right? That's what we're talking about. Excellent. Okay, so I'll share my screen now because I've actually got something here.
Excellent. Everybody can see your screen now, so go ahead and do your
Really?
presentation.
Okay, that's weird. Hold it. I don't think that worked.
Yeah, we just
I
have
could
to-
see a
figure
graph
out.
and a line there, so I think it was working pretty good there.
It's mirages. From
Yeah,
April.
Try resharing there.
Nathan, it was from Sky free.
weird.
Yeah, so I can see to produce
weird.
sinking, and now I see Mark Reed with your logo there.
Is
It's your
is it
logo.
showing?
It's your logo now. It
Is that
was
showing?
showing. Go back. Go back to
okay.
the screen. There.
There you go.
Keep it.
Okay.
We can see
okay.
your words.
Okay. Yeah. So sinking. Okay. So this is basically where there's a like this is over a 10-degree difference kind of thing. So the sinking will occur at a sort of 1 kilometer height, just 10, like this is the height kind of thing. 10 degrees less than the surface temperature. Now this is a 3-meter target that it's describing here. So the temperatures you would need, and the reason why sinking occurs, and this is from the San Diego University, by the way, this is the standard reference case for the atmosphere. Notice the size of it. This is the case for sinking. It's almost indistinguishable. The temperature change you would need to do this, you would need to have like one section like a furnace and the other section like almost at zero. There is no situation at which you could duplicate this. And do notice that, look, you can wave your arms all you want. It doesn't change reality. And the case is like, excuse me, Flatzoid, try to control your deluded rantings there. The reason why it happens is because the Earth has a curved surface. This is the thing. When we go to sinking, that's the reason it occurs. And this is from San Diego University School of Optics. So, you can sort of hand wave it all you want, but the reason it occurs is because the Earth is curved. Okay, so thanks for reinforcing our point.
If I can show a demonstration on a flat surface, giving this, totally throwing your argument in the water, will you concede then?
All right, let's.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We'll do one last screen share if that's what you're implying there, Flatzoid, and then we'll.
If you can hide 150 meters of tower on a flat surface, go for it.
Very easy.
Okay, 150 meters of tower, sure, go for it.
Do it this way. See, maybe it'll play this way. Put the sound off. I just want to share my screen.
So I'm trying to find.
Yeah,
thank you, Flatzoid, because I'm not able. I don't think it's in this video that I'm looking through here. That I know I got.
I don't think it's anywhere, Nathan. Okay. Sorry, mate.
Well, it's been demonstrated. Bottom up disappearance and hiding objects on a flat surface has been shown with several variables.
There we go. Your screen's sharing now.
Okay. Let me just go back to where before. Okay, this is them showing. These are these objects. It's on a wooden floor. It's flat. And as soon as they're going to open the door to let the cold air run over the hotter floor, it's going to pull it down. Let's do this. Okay, there we go.
I can't make out anything on this video.
These objects, that's a little bread tag that holds the bread glass closed. These are little, like, man can see what happens. This is refraction. Now it gives it bottom up obstruction due to refraction.
Actually, that thing is the exact same height as it was before. Why doesn't it change height? No, this tower is lower. Did you actually watch my presentation? You didn't watch my presentation, did you?
The tower's
you didn't watch. Look, I'll share my screen and show you the presentation because you weren't paying attention.
Mark,
okay.
Those tacks could be buildings off in the distance.
Yeah.
Mark,
so the whole point of my presentation is that you can mirror the tower over it. It actually is lowered while yours doesn't move at all, right? So this is the whole point. You've missed the point completely. So I'm going to have to go over it again.
I'm going to say again, shit strings.
And that's like, if you take Flatzoid's demonstration with the temperature variation, and then you also factor in angular size, distance, magnification.
What the fuck do shoestrings have to do with this?
Why are you talking over him, Leo?
There's several
you said
variables.
shoestrings.
Shit strings. You see the angular size change of that
Your mic
tower.
is not good quality.
The angular size change
I'm sorry, Nancy.
of the tower, Mark. AKA shit strings.
Whoops. Yeah, and if you go close to it, it gets, it raises up above that line.
Is, Mark? Do you understand what angular size is? So would the angular size change with distance?
Well, of course.
Great. And what happens with refraction? It magnifies it too, does it not?
Well, your example, it didn't move at all from the change
And
of the
wave dismissal
temperature,
again.
so that's not
Congratulations,
sinking.
guys. Actually showing demonstration, saying what he said was impossible. You said you need a furnace and something that's almost 0 degrees. That wasn't a furnace.
To cause
and it
sinking,
wasn't-
yeah.
We
Yep,
just showed
to
sinking.
cause
It's
sinking.
not
How do
sinking
you
then.
furnace? Oh, then it's not
It-
sinking.
Yes,
It's
what
an
you're showing
optical
isn't
effect.
sinking.
It's
The,
not
the reason
physically
why we
sinking.
see only the tops of a building, or that sometimes like there's a video of windmills where they're incredibly large blades. That's because of
Yeah.
optical effects. It can
But
be
no-
magnification to increase the
Okay.
blade sizes. It can be
Okay.
the
This is
temperature
what you're
variation.
missing. Notice that the floor doesn't rise up to cover it. All that happens is the bottom is distorted, right? So the floor doesn't actually rise up when you change the temperature.
It did.
I will show it again. The floor
pulls-
rises up
Listen,
to cover
listen.
that,
It
like a
pulls
quarter of it, does it?
It pulls the back objects down, and it pulls the horizon in front of it up. That's how.
And
it
you
works.
can see
Show it
that
again.
the
Show
bread
it
tie,
again.
the bread bag tie is completely disappeared from the
Okay.
temperature variation.
Show
And
it
again,
again.
just
I
one
dare
of
you. I
several
double dare you.
variables.
Okay, I'll try.
I mean, not that Mark didn't already show that the only way this would be possible for things like what he's shown pictures of would be if the temperature variations were far beyond what we would even remotely expect.
No,
But
it
yeah,
has-
hold on,
let's-
hold on.
Here.
Leo, what he's saying, if it was sinking, if we were going to claim
Yeah.
that it was sinking causing what we are observing, then okay, a furnace and 0 degree temperatures, but we're claiming that it's variation in temperatures, that it's magnification, that there's refraction. There are several variables due to
Okay.
atmospheric conditions that cause the observation what we see, but we can just taking one of those
can you
variables
show all
on a
of
flat surface,
show all of them
show-
at once?
Okay.
And I must note that you did not show that on 150 or sorry, a 500-meter tower. You showed it on something where the refraction is just a tiny. Excuse me, I
It's
thought I was
scale.
talking. I mustn't be because you're talking now. I must have been mistaken. You're showing it on a tiny little thing, whereas you said you would show it on a 500-meter tower, but you haven't.
Wow.
Well, what if that?
Yeah.
What if the water was say
Oh, what if?
4,000 meters,
Come on, man.
and then the building was 500 meters, and then what if the scale is in this demonstration? It's a 5 centimeter tall tack with a 40 centimeter distance in floor. It would be to scale then.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, you're
Okay,
good.
so do it. Do that experiment.
So let's see. What's the temperature there? About
N-
9.
Nine.
Look, we don't have to see the whole
point
thing. Just show
centigrade.
what you showed
You
before.
don't need to show the whole thing. Just
Ugh.
keep your panties on.
Oh, the temperature's dropping.
Now, you see the tack there. You see these little ornament things. You can see it's got a little perforation or whatever there. The horizon is behind it. Okay? This is on a wooden floor. Now, they're going to open the door to let the cold air come in. Now, this is just temperature inversion. Look how it pulls the horizon in front up and the things...
Yeah,
up
and
the
it's not
distance down.
blocked.
Sorry? Is that horizon not now higher there?
I only see
didn't
two
it go up.
objects.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I don't.
the rest is obstructed due to refraction. Congratulations. Demonstration on a flat surface, what he said is impossible.
You said you would show it on a tower, and you haven't. You haven't shown that at all. So congratulations
This
for the
well,
fail.
hold on. So this is
Show it on
taking to
actual
scale.
objects.
This would be
Well,
a real life
refraction-
observation. We make an observation of towers in the natural world, and then we recreate to scale a using controlled variables of the atmosphere and show a recreation of that small scale on the small scale.
Look-
That is
look
what the
at that
four
camera
light
moving
experiment. A
around.
globe has never shown that. This is an example of the flat Earth showing on a flat
This
surface
is
what we
just
see in reality,
distortion.
but the globe cannot do that with the four lights.
This is just distortion. And look at the way that camera isn't even fixed. This is terrible.
To be fixed.
Like this could easily be the zoom of the camera. There could be a million things happening here. This is look at the camera. Look at it wave around. He didn't
Okay, you
even
know what I'm
fix
gonna
the
say?
camera.
You know what
Like,
I'm saying?
talk about your undisciplined. Excuse me, I thought I was talking again. Why do you have to interrupt everything,
Yeah,
Flatzoid?
listen.
You've got no self-control. So just be quiet. This camera isn't even fixed. He's waving it around. The zoom's going everywhere. It is the poorest experiment. Like, it is terrible. Why you would think this is an actual... I thought I was talking again. I must be mistaken because someone keeps opening their mouth and interrupting me. Yeah, you can point at your... Wow, what a child. So this could easily be a number of factors, and you're basically just saying, hey, because we got a camera and waved it around on these things and opened a door, it's definitely what we say it is. This is an undisciplined experiment with all kinds of variables that haven't been controlled for, that you think proves something it clearly doesn't. Okay. And you said you would show me this on 150 meters, and you didn't. Okay. You failed.
But Mark, the independent variable doesn't depend on the dependent variable, which is dependent with the depends on the independent variable of the dependent variable. So you just the thing is, Mark,
let's let Flatzoid speak, please.
But you don't understand statistics, Mark.
I don't.
It's the independent variable.
Okay. Let's let Flatzoid speak, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Point one. You made a claim that it's not demonstratable. We went and demonstrated it. You are simply conceding now it's an optical effect. You don't realize that, do you? Thirdly, no one claims science here, so I don't need to give a hypothesis for IV and DV, saying you guys don't actually know what science is. And you just hand-waved and missing it.
Yeah.
Where's your demonstrations for anything on your globe? Oh wait, we don't get any.
Yeah. So the problem is that you're taking this really shoddy camera footage. You see the distortion at the top. None of the distortion happens like that in real life. It is not analogous. It is not analogous to real life at all, because all of these distortions that you see don't actually occur on the examples that we give. It is simply finding, sort of nitpicking and finding these things that happen. It's like that black swan picture they came up with that was clearly distorted, and they said, hey, that proves it. But if you take it on any other day, it's actually obstructed. So it clearly is just a distortion of light. It's refraction. And they want to say, hey, that is causing the curvature of the Earth. So it doesn't, because it doesn't explain why nothing's distorted on the images that we show. But let's just skip over that, because that doesn't matter, right? So let's go to Eratosthenes and his experiment.
Sorry, we're still busy with the actual thing. Remember when my 11 frames that you brought up in being? This is exactly that. You just conceded it's optical, not physical.
You did take those frames out, though. You were wrong on that.
Congratulations.
You did take those frames out, though.
What makes you think optics isn't? What makes you think it's optics isn't physics, even though it's physics?
What?
You won't give any of the calculations.
You said it's optical, not physical, but optics is physics.
Physical is a difference to what you're seeing in optical effect. Do you think refraction is a physical effect or an optical effect?
Yes. Okay, optical effects are physical.
So you can go and physically touch refraction, move it with your hands.
Do you think that physical means I can touch it? That's what you think physical means?
Well,
okay,
so that means physical. Or am I optically
can you touch it?
For that.
Can you touch an electron?
Can we stop that kind of talk? Like, seriously, that's just rude, man. What are you doing?
What happened?
I can go and slap you. Come on.
You've been rude this whole debate.
Yeah, you don't threaten to slap people. Come on, man. Have some acting class.
Wow. I don't care.
No violence, y'all. We gotta really.
I don't care if he said.
We're gonna assume that was a metaphor. We're gonna move.
Yeah.
We can go into our Q&A if we want, or if you guys have
the military is that there are people that are in positions of power that are willing to use violence on us. We should never be violent towards one another, and don't use metaphors and things like hitting people or killing. I'm gonna make a killing, or don't do that kind of stuff, because there are people that really do, and that's part of why this conversation is so important. Is because there are people who will hurt innocent people, and our communication is how we can get through to these people and hopefully get them to change or to know who they are. So this is.
Yeah, I agree.
Please don't.
I agree. I agree with that too. Trans rights or human rights.
Okay, I was just trying to energize that he can feel it. That was the only reason. It wasn't actually
physical. Well, I mean, you put a pencil in water, right? And the light hits it and refracts, right? So you've got the broken pencil effect. You're aware of that. So what part of that is non-physical?
The effect is optical. The
but what part of optics is non-physical? What part of
What
optics
part
is
of that?
non-physical?
That particular thing with the
Optics
glass of
are
water.
physical.
What in that is non-physical? Right? That there's a glass, water, pencil, light. What's non-physical?
The effect.
Are you saying the magnification is not physical?
It's a physical effect.
It's
The physics
observed.
are physical. What you observe on the effect is not physical.
Yeah, it is. You're
It doesn't-
observing the physical
It doesn't
effect.
physically-
That's literally how
it
science
doesn't
works, buddy.
literally move.
And here's the guy that's
pencil.
telling us we don't understand science,
It
but he's
doesn't
saying that what you
physically
observe
move
isn't
the pencil.
physical.
It doesn't physically move the pencil.
No, nobody's
Well,
saying that.
hold on.
That's not.
No one's saying
Flatzoid,
that.
what you're saying is that the pencil is not actually enlarged. It appears enlarged, but physically the pencil has not actually changed
Exactly.
shape. So
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah, but
it's
the
just a
effect is still a
clarification.
physical
Claimed
effect.
it did. It's still a
Yeah,
physical
magnification
effect.
is a physical thing, but the appearance is
it's
that it is
optical.
not. It's not actually the pencil isn't actually getting bigger. It just appears
Well,
that way.
It's not that it gets bigger. That's not what's happening in the water. The pencil
That's
goes.
not-
Anyway,
The
It-
light
I don't know what you're talking about. It gets
Just
bigger.
refraction
It
in the water.
goes.
Hey,
And
speaking of
it's-
pencils and wooden sticks, do you want to go to the Aristophanes thing?
Let's
Sure.
let's give Leo a chance to explain. He seemed to have a little insight on that. If you want to elaborate a little bit on that experiment, or the
Well, I don't really know if I would call it a magnification. If you put like a pencil in water, it doesn't get bigger. It moves off center. Like it's not. It kind of goes whoop, and then it kind of whoops over. And obviously nobody like you could use literally fucking preschool intuition and know that the pencil is not actually whooping as it goes into the water. That's not what happens. But the effect is still a physical effect because it is the result of physical things interacting with physical things in the physical world in physical ways. Like this is again, this is how physics works. And
Basic.
when you
So I
actually
claim-
understand physics.
Yeah, you guys are misrepresenting me. I never claimed there's no physical things to optics. Optics itself is just an effect
And the effect is physical. Yeah.
based on physical.
Hold on.
You can't
Hold on
have
one
Okay.
astro- you
Well, I
can't
think
have
we're just
physical
splitting hairs now for someone to claim that it's not a physical effect.
No, you guys were
Is
misrepresenting what I said.
Hey, Mark, what can't be beat?
Is that pencil at the
No,
bottom?
no.
of the
It was
lighter?
that was a question
Let's-
for Mark. Mark,
let us let
Mark,
Nathan,
what can't be beat?
we're gonna let Nathan do
I don't
his
know. What
screen
can't
share
be beat?
here, and then we're going to get to our Q&A. Okay, everybody.
Hundreds.
Well, this is just what like talking about the magnification thing. Like Leo, you had said that it's not actually wider, that it is off center, which we can see that it is off center here. But the bottom of the pencil does also appear wider to some degree than the part of the pencil that is not in the water.
That's fine. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the pencil being off center. That is not a magnification.
Oh,
the
my
fact
bad.
that
Okay, okay.
it's slightly larger in the body, yeah, that's a magnification. But the off center part, that's what I was referring to. That's not a part of the. That's not magnification.
So the
Yeah,
magnification also may be because of the water and the glass and interaction between
Mhm.
them. So
All right, so everybody, we're going to move into our Q&A. We will do closing.
I have
statements.
one more question. One more
all
question
right.
for Mark.
All right, well,
it's
before we
really,
move
really
into our
quick.
Q&A. That's great.
okay,
Mark, what can't be beat?
I don't know, Leo. What can't be beat? I feel like
You
this is a
said
one.
it in your you said it in your intro. What can't be beat?
I don't know.
Think
Tell me,
about it.
please.
No, come on, think about it. What can't be beat?
All right, well, before we get
Moving
into
goalpost.
yeah, I suppose so. I was
A
gonna-
dead horse.
A dead horse. All right. Yeah.
dead
fair
horse. I was going to say, based on our conversation before we started this live stream, and I assure everybody that we were in some agreement before our live stream went on about gaming.
Counsel's
We
the
were
best
having
way
a
to
good
game, I think,
conversation.
is like where some of us were at.
enough. Look. I
We
didn't
had
say beat a
agreement
dead horse.
on
I said
gaming was
flog a dead
good.
horse.
Okay.
So that's
Councils bring people to your place and then you game together. That's the best part about councils.
I've been sitting here playing Final Fantasy VII, the remake, and I would have said Sephiroth seems unbeatable because he just keeps on freaking coming back.
The problem is, the problem is you guys
Good in
make
Smash
me feel
too.
old because I used to play like Counter Strike all the time. Oh, Jesus,
That
Very
game's
right,
still,
so-
Counter-Strike's still going.
I've got a lot of
Go
buddies
on.
that play that.
Yeah.
So before we get into our gamer talk, which I'm sure we can have a conversation after our live stream, I'm going to do a little housekeeping. So Nathan, Flatzoid, Leo, Mark, any of you fellas want to take a bathroom break? If you want to go and get a drink of water, we got Q&A coming up. I know your conversation went a
I
little bit
actually
long.
could use the rest of room.
Yeah. All right. You go for it. And I'm going to do some
Okay.
housekeeping. All
I
right.
might get another coffee.
Yep. Get your coffee, get your bathroom break, and I will
Good morning,
hold down
Mark.
the fort. Maybe I can hold down the fort. All right. So a couple of you in the live chat were asking, what am I drinking? I have what's called Firkenstein here right now. And I also had another thing that's called the Nun on the Run. Now, I am in Nova Scotia, so we are pretty lucrative with some of our our rules here. So yes, we are having a happy 420. Everything's good. Thanks everybody for coming in, and I will extend that. If anybody wants to send in a super chat for 420 to let me know that you are also celebrating tonight, that would be awesome. So that is my housekeeping a little bit for the evening. Beyond that, somebody else.
Can I
has
tack to
said
that real quick?
Sure.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt your housekeeping. I'll help you clean if you want.
No, we're doing bathroom breaks right now. We're good.
Just like I want to like with MLB and everything, they allow marijuana. I think it's that has helped a lot of people. No one has ever overdosed on that, but alcohol and cigarettes, I think they should all. Maybe that's a debate thing, but like either they should all be illegal, or you should allow something that has helped many people. Just for I don't know, personal. Probably no reason to throw that out there, but it's
It's all cool
has helped
here.
several people.
It's all cool here in Canada. We're all having a good time as far as that goes. But yeah, I was gonna say my band. I don't usually have this stuff because it's like 7%, and the live chat was saying, "Oh, the moderator must be, out on one." I'm very experienced, as I said. I'm Nova Scotian. We are very good at holding our liquor and just about everything else. So you can send in super chats over 420. That's great. We're just waiting for Mark to come back, and then we're going to get right into it. So I ended up getting this actually as a free fill up, which was nice. I have a band. I have a couple bands that I participate in, but the one that I've been doing lately is called Light and Shade. And not to be unnecessarily pluggy, but we do like a bunch of Led Zeppelin covers, and we played at a place, and they ended up giving me a bunch of free beer. So hey,
I drink tangentially gay beer.
So you were drinking, and I see your name is James.
Well, that's all right. I was gonna say I'm gonna be 30 in a little bit here soon. So if anybody thinks I'm underage, I mean, yes, we have lower drinking ages here, but I'm nowhere near that.
Where's here?
I'm a Nova Scotian. In Nova Scotia.
Oh, you're in Nova Scotia, eh?
Good
Nova
old
Scotia,
Canada.
eh? I'm in
Oh yeah,
What
you
you
betcha.
are?
Huh?
everybody.
What you know about Oak Island?
We are going to be doing our Q&A in a bit, but I did invite anybody who wants to put in a super chat for 420. We are, excited that there's a couple people in the super chat that has been saying, happy 420 and stuff like that. So I'm all for it. I had this before. It was cool. And we're still just waiting for Mark right now, everybody, before we get into our Q&A there. But no, that's one of the reasons why my my mic level stays so low, where I do a lot of Led Zeppelin covers and Judas Priest and stuff like that. Really high pitched screaming stuff. My preamp has to stay really low. So when I started with Modern Day Debate, I got blasted for being low mic Ryan because I was like, I better keep my mic gain low. Where I'm speaking right into the mic, where I'm used to screaming.
Pulling an NPR, huh?
Well,
All things considered.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Is that I'm so used to that. I'm so used to screaming right into the mic. You know,
This tech stuff is very, very finesse. Like how close you are to the mic. It's a struggle for me to know like where to be and everything. It's difficult.
It's something certainly to figure out, isn't it?
I was
all
going to
good
say,
right
then
next
there's
to
the
them.
proximity effect. That's also a thing as well. I was thinking about getting an SM7B, but my 87 beta is covering me for my vocal performances and also for this show, which is good.
Coming through loud and clear.
Yes. So Mark is back now. So I won't go into
Mark.
I won't go into all the guitars and the amps that everybody can't see that surround me and that my wife puts up with because she's awesome and lets me abuse this space the way I'd like to. So we're going to move into our Q&A. I'm glad to see you're back, Mark. Everybody's having a great time, I think, this evening as far as this conversation goes. And thank you so much to all of our speakers, Nathan, Flatzoid, Leo, and Mark, for coming out. We have everybody linked in the description. And also, if you check out that description, we have our link for DebateCon. If you put just as much as $1 into our crowdfund, you will be able to watch it live. And if you're in Fort Worth, Texas, James is getting extra seats because we're sold out currently. So check out that link
OMDD.
and see if he managed to find a fold-out chair for you. So into our Q&A we go, everybody.
Sorry, I'm just going to do the closing statements.
We'll do closing statements at the end just because we have a Q&A to go through, and I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth throughout the Q&A, and that could impact our closing statement. So
Too long there. Because I still got another hour maybe.
Yeah. All right. We'll try to keep that in mind. Then I got the clock here. So let's start out with IC Spin for $1.99. Thank you so much for your donation there. Why do stars spin opposite at the poles?
Simple. It's perception. If you stand in front of a road and a car drives right to left or east to left, and you go to the other side of the road and turn around, that same car driving the same direction will now look like it's going left to right in your direction.
Stars are always going from east to west. It just depends if you're looking north or south to look towards the sun or not.
Yeah, but that east to west only works because once you look past the circumpolar stars, they're going in the west to east if that was a flat surface. The only reason they're going the other way is because it's past the pole. It's past the sort of globe model pole. So if you look at the top of the circumpolar stars, it is going right to left. But if you look at the bottom of the circumpolar stars, it's going left to right. So how can that be east and west if it's all just one plane?
Yeah, I mean, like Flatzoid and Nathan aren't wrong. It has to do with perspective, but that's perspective on a sphere. So I mean, like, you're not going to get that if you're not on a sphere.
I can show you this on a straight flat road. Exactly the same. Well, the road's curved now.
What?
My explanation, you're standing facing. Car comes past this. Now you face the opposite. Car comes past. To the observer, it's left to right and right to left. Depends on your direction.
Yeah, but we're not talking about
Doesn't
lateral
matter about
movement.
the Earth's shape. It's got nothing to do with
We're not
Earth's
talking about lateral movement. We're talking about circular rotation. That's the
shape.
thing.
Yeah.
It's how the
Yeah.
stars rotate.
Unless the car is rotating, your analogy doesn't work. Unless it's actually going round like this and you're watching it from sort of that round circular thing, that means that in your sort of, to your analogy, the car's going, if you look down one way, it's going right to left. And then if you look up the other way, it's going left to right, like a clock hand would, right? Because if you look at a clock and it's rotating, you don't say it's going left to right, it's rotating. If you look at the top half, it's going left to right. But if you look at the bottom half, it's going right to left. That's why your thing doesn't work.
It always works because you've got a field of view. If you understand how perception works in a field of view, it converges into the distance. And that's what gives the appearance of circle.
We understand how it works. It's just that we also understand that that's how it works on a sphere. Like, you're not going to get these effects if you're not on a sphere.
The surface has got
No.
nothing to do with how the stars are moving. This has been demonstrated many times.
Well, how the stars are physically moving, no, but how we perceive the stars to move as a result of the rotation of the Earth is different versus counterclockwise and clockwise, because the Earth is,
Okay, when you take
spherical.
How you would chart the stars, you would have to know the shape of the Earth. And ancient navigators who were flat Earth cultures were navigating by the stars, by the sun, and coastlines as well. But they were navigating on a flat Earth.
Got nothing to do with the circumpolar stars.
Well, it's how the stars move is a secondary thing, and who knows? There could be. It's one of the, like, we're not claiming to know the gases of an atmosphere of an exoplanet a quadrillion miles away. It's
What does that have to do with
we
the
don't know
shape
how
of the Earth?
certain things move or motions.
has-
It could be a hyperdimensional. Call it pseudoscience, but it's who knows? It's the same as dark energy. Like it could be a movement that we don't know. It could be a four-dimensional movement, a true dimension, fourth dimension movement, a hyperdimensional.
That's definitely not what dark energy is.
That's
dude,
I can't
While
weigh
you're
the
there,
stars
just
like
call
you
it
can't weigh
magic
dark
and be
energy.
done with it. If that's going to be your explanation, you might as well just say magic and
That's why sticking to the ground is where the Earth being
if
empirical.
you're going to make crap
flat
up,
is
just go
important.
hog wild, like just call it magic. And
I just wanted to say one really quick thing, and that's
96% of the globe
the
universe is dark, is
value-
imaginary, made up because
I don't know what
the math is
globe
off.
universe means. The universe
Yeah,
isn't
I
a
don't-
globe. What the hell does that mean?
So,
I don't.
Yeah, the fact that we don't
Yeah,
understand
heliocentric
most of the mass
cosmology.
energy density of the universe doesn't really mean
can I ask you
anything
a
to the shape of the
question,
Earth.
It's a Kelevin, I think,
Can
is
I
what
ask
that.
Sure, go ahead.
So you said the stars and planets don't move.
The stars and planets do move? Yes, of course they
Thank
do.
you.
Is that
All
supposed to like prove?
So,
Stars and planets move. Oh, the Earth is flat. I don't get it.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't
I
move
don't
and the sky
understand.
does.
Amen.
Let's continue on with our super chat there, everybody. So, Laura Aho White. Is that how you're supposed to say it? I don't know. I'm going to get reamed for that in super chat. Sorry, Aho White. 220. If the Earth has depth, then is it really flat?
Yeah.
The Earth is topographical. It's a plane. There are features that there are ups and downs, hills and valleys, mountains. Water at the surface is flat, is planar measurably, and there is a depth to the Earth. I believe the Kola super deep borehole in Russia is like 8 or 9 miles deep, deepest we've ever drilled. Beyond that would be, a guess because we haven't actually seen it. You can hypothesize, try to send what you think is measuring this or that, but there is depth to the Earth. There's contour to the land. The water itself, though, at the surface, there's depth to an ocean, but the surface flat.
Yeah, it's based on a horizontal datum, but that horizontal datum has topography to it. Simple.
All right, let's continue on. Matthew Vicendes for $2. How does your family feel about you being a flat earther? I think that's to each of you.
Okay. They don't really care. They support
It's a
me.
bit personal, so
Yeah,
feel free to
my
say pass.
The nice thing is, because my wife doesn't actually care what the shape is, she knows this is my passion. I enjoy talking about it. The problem comes when we have people that are actually bigots that have the problem. Other people, normal low believers, don't have a problem. It's as simple as that.
My family and friends have been very rejective, something very important, but I've been ripped on very heavily, and I've heard a lot of things, and it's very, very difficult because the importance of this topic is immense for what the implications are for us being on a non-moving fixed center of creation Earth, and how special humanity is, and we all are. And it's not, I have yet to meet a flat earther who is like just shilling or whatever it is, and they don't really mean it, because people have, I have a friend who still does not talk to me, and it hurts because I've known him for so long. I've been friends with him since I was 5, and he won't say, he won't say anything to me right now because he's so, rejective to the idea, and it's a painful thing, but the truth is worth it. and will prevail. Humanity will know how special we all are, and people that we have to, because it wouldn't be good if we weren't. So
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry to hear that, Nathan. I really am. Like, that's, I'm really sorry to hear that it's cost you a lot. I guess
Yeah.
I'll just sort of prop up. What if you're wrong?
I will, if I was wrong, if I could see a picture of the globe from space, like NASA is supposed to be a trusted authority, and I was going to show the duplicated clouds, the different sizes of the Earth continents of blue marble images and flat strips of data, admitting that it's Photoshop because it has to be. If there was a real picture, I would rather know truth than claim some fringe delusion and be wrong. Truth to me is more important, and it's what a lot of my friends are like, well, if you would just learn the Earth as a globe, and that's why they told me, go talk to people who want to get involved in the conversation and go take it to school and do this. And that's what I'm doing. And it's because it's worth the conversation. I think is worth it for what the implications could really mean for us all. Like, I think I have a blast talking about this with y'all, and like, it's like just people are so special, and being around people, like, we're so social as far as like the creatures that humanity is. And I think that's how people thrive. And so that's why I'm so big on communication and really getting to the truth, understanding empirical things. What can we really know? What can we really measure? I know math is important, but is it math that does something in reality, or is it just math on paper? And so there are things like that I do want to, I sincerely want to know truth. And I really want people to be happy, pain-free, and I think something has to be done.
Want to know about those things? You can come to my channel. We can have a talk about them. I'd love to talk about things like mathematics, the indispensability of mathematics to science, because those are things that I read about.
Happily, I would be happy to, Leo.
Yeah.
You guys are both.
Nathan.
I think you're both really nice. Like, I think you're pleasant to chat with and respectful. And I am sorry again, Mark, for interrupting you.
No. All good, mate. All good.
Okay.
I think there's a little bit of interruption beyond.
Cool people.
Yeah, I did my fair share, so totally. Yeah.
I was going to say,
My
as I
fault.
interrupt everybody, and just
Well, you are the
moderator.
moderator. I mean, that's sort of your job, kind of.
That's I was going to say I was interrupting a little bit there throughout the chat, but I kept myself on mute. So when you guys watch this later, you'll be able to hear all your glorious interruptions without me going, all right. So everybody in the live chat, let's extend a little bit of love to Nathan. I'm so sorry to hear that you lost a friend over this.
In
that's
time,
tough.
it'll be worth it. I really believe.
That's always tough. So everybody just let everybody know, and live chat know that it's always worth to have the conversation and be able to look past differences. Because I think at the end of the day we can all play games together, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, hang out, go play wall ball and shoot hoops and everything. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes, that is correct. I can PK all of you in RuneScape equally.
Anybody know about
same
that?
time.
Let's not bring up RuneScape. That's a sensitive topic for me.
Very contentious for this channel.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little too spicy. All right, so we're going to continue on. We have Dr. Kent Hovind. Oh man, how does he speak? How does Dr. Kent Hovind?
Oh wow, you think the dogs came from mosquitoes?
$2. So Leo, what curvature? I've almost got it.
I still want to see Aaron Ra's idea come to fruition and have Kent Hovind and Nathan Thompson debate the flat Earth.
I will.
Pence will
for
not
That would be
on
great.
flat Earth at all.
That would be great, but let's respect our super chatter, Dr. Kent Hovind here, and we'll do a nice impression for him if we can. Leo, what curvature would we see over 15 feet? I can't do it. What curvature would we see over 15 feet?
Well, the problem there is that this presupposes the truth of all this evil materialist secularist science, and I'm just I'm just fucking around. Yeah, I don't know, because I'm not going to even act like I have any ability to perform general relativistic, or not general relativistic, but equations to figure out what the curvature of the Earth is over 15 feet. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Nothing turns on that.
It would be undetectable, basically, over that distance.
Yeah, it'd be
15
really
feet.
negligible.
Yeah.
Because at a mile, it's 0.666 feet, or
Well, it depends
0.66.
on-
Yeah, point. Yeah.
Well, it depends on the height of the observer, refractive index.
Just strictly
I gotta be
tangent
honest.
Earth, physical Earth curve would be.
It would be like somebody saying to me, "Oh, you think rulers are accurate? Well, why don't you go measure an oxygen atom?"
Not if they
like,
shrink.
What the fuck? Like, why would you? Why would you do that? Like, that's
Let's
just
let
dumb.
Flatzoid speak. He
Don't you
hasn't
think
said anything in a
don't
little
you
bit.
think it will make a difference though if you had to build a building on that stretch? Because the one brick
No, it
will
wouldn't.
be at a different zenith to the other side of the brick on the building, so it will be separated.
No, it won't.
I don't think it would be enough to interfere with a building itself. Like that. That'd be. It'd be if
15
it's
feet.
8 inches at a mile, and it's at 15 feet. That's what 15 over 5,280 is. So it'd be a really small number.
Okay.
Somebody's starting to
I
get it.
don't work with feet, so that's what I'm just saying.
Hey, metric system all the way. By the way, just saying. Should be-
Everybody rants and raves about the metric system, but I'm all about the SI system. And yes, there is a difference.
I'm in Canada, so I mean, you know how we feel about all that. Kilometers per hour, and
based on tens.
the freezing point is 0 because that just makes sense.
Tim Hortons instead of Dunkin' Donuts, because that's the metric system for donuts and coffee.
I mean, honestly, I prefer McDonald's coffee if I'm gonna like pick a quick takeout.
Please tell me you're not being serious.
I'm
All right,
so
me and Ryan are debating. Is McDonald's coffee good?
Yeah. I'm sorry. On my way, it's just that there's some inconsistency in my area as far as that goes, and but when I'm making it at home,
Well, hey,
I'm pretty conservative when it comes to money. So when it comes to my home, I mean, I will buy Tim Hortons coffee and make it here. But whatever they're doing there, they're screwing it up. Anyway,
I've heard that Tim Hortons coffee is like McDonald's coffee, but you probably wouldn't like me saying that.
well, if I want to get into the history of that, McDonald's actually bought the coffee that Tim Hortons had like 6 years ago, and Tim Hortons got a new coffee, and that messed Canadians right up.
I bet it did.
That has been our controversy. McDonald's has the original Tim Hortons coffee. That's where we must go to get our fix. Anyway,
So that's why you go to McDonald's, because they've got the real Canadian stuff.
exactly. And if I got to go to a morning jam and I need to wake up, I mean, I need that OG Tim Hortons coffee. So Tim Hortons has the patent for whatever you want to call it, or the rights to it up here. They got the company distributing it. It's good stuff. It's like crack. Anyways, I'm gonna stop before I get us demonetized. We're gonna move on. We got $11 from Congo 44. Question for Flatzoid, and they've been accused of putting stuff in the coffee. I will say, even though I'm sure they haven't.
Scopolamine and
Yes.
lidocaine.
So Congo 44, $11. Question for Flatzoid: why is it harder to carry a weight up a flight of stairs or an incline?
Because you dispense energy.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. There was kind of like a quick pause. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So question for Flatzoid: why is it harder to carry a weight up a flight of stairs or an incline? Please try better than saying something vague about energy.
You
Sorry, there was an
dispense
add-on.
energy. That's physics. How it works.
There's an activation energy. There's an energy requirement to lift something. You have to get over the activation energy on an
Yeah,
energy
you're talking
curve.
about gravitational
If you-
potential energy.
no,
That's
first
what
of
you're
all,
talking
hey,
about.
Leo, can you stop? It was for me. The thing is, you dispense energy. Just like if I pick this mouse up, I'm dispensing energy by picking it up. If I have to hold it long enough, my arm is going to get tired. Okay? When you walk upstairs, you're dispensing more energy because you're going up. Therefore, it gets harder the more you do it.
Why do you dispense energy when you go up versus down, though?
And to the contrary, if you take a beach ball and try to push it down in water, it will get harder the further down you go, because
Yeah, but
dispensing
why
more
is
energy
that?
to go down.
Because
That's
the
why.
Why is
pressure is
that?
greater lower down in the water.
Mm-hmm. The pressure as compared to
Pressure mediation. It's not
Pressure as
gravity.
compared
It's
to-
density.
Pressure as compared to
Not your ball beneath gravity.
buoyancy.
Okay,
And
show
what
me
term do
Archimedes.
you
I've got a
need?
question for you, Leo.
And what
I've got a
term do
question
you
for
need to determine buoyancy?
Leo,
The
are you-
gravitational
Leo,
constant. That's
Leo,
correct.
Leo, since you're so
Yeah.
smart, Archimedes' principle came at least 1,000 years before gravity was proposed. How did ships work with Archimedes' principle?
I don't know what that has to do with
With
anything that I
buoyancy.
said.
You just said buoyancy's got to do with gravity.
Yeah.
And that's rubbish.
Yeah.
No, it's
Buoyancy,
not.
Archimedes'
The
principle-
gravitational
calculate-
constant is
Listen,
literally
How
a
do you
part of
calculate
buoyancy.
buoyancy then? How do you
Archimedes'
calculate
principle-
buoyancy then?
Is Archimedes' principle buoyancy or not?
Well, how do you
I
calculate
don't think
buoyancy
so.
then?
Is Archimedes' principle buoyancy or
Well,
not?
I mean, this is an open panel. You can't sort
I'm
of say,
asking
hey, you
Leo.
can't
Is your
talk.
name Leo, Mark? Leo? You
It
only
could
go up
be.
to white
I mean,
knight
I
for
could change it.
you. Is buoyancy Archimedes' principle, Leo?
I don't think it is specifically, no.
You just said it was because you pushed the ball down in the water.
Well,
No,
that's
I don't.
okay.
I think Archimedes' principle relates to buoyancy. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know shit about Archimedes' principle. I don't
Right,
really
so
care
then
about
you don't
Archimedes'
actually have
principle.
the right to talk
So,
about it.
well, I do know about buoyancy. I don't care about Archimedes. I don't care about what people were doing thousands of years ago. I just don't give a shit. I give a shit about how we do things now.
So that's gravity.
And the universal gravitational acceleration is present in the formula for buoyancy. So.
It wasn't always there. That's the
So-
point.
How do you calculate buoyancy, Flatzoid?
I just take your acceleration and call it pressure.
So if the pressure changes,
Pressure causes the
that
acceleration.
buoyancy changes.
The pressure causes the acceleration.
The pressure causes acceleration. So it's not a constant; it's a variable, is it?
It's a constant.
So, why
How is
things-
pressure a constant? Hang on a second. Sorry,
Object
Nathan. Hang on a
relative to
second.
the
How
medium.
is pressure a constant? Doesn't pressure change?
Relative to the medium. It changes relative to the medium.
And to piggyback on what Flatzoid is saying, like if you calculate the difference, if you have a solid object, say you have a mole, 6.022 times 10 to the or 023 times 10 to the 22nd atoms in one small area, and say you have in this atmosphere there's 100 molecules of air, and you make it a vacuum, and now it's down to 1 or 10 molecules of air. The difference is only one order of magnitude, but compared to the whole of Avogadro's number, it's a very small change. So that's why you can still keep the 9.8 acceleration, whether you're in an atmosphere or in a vacuum, and you get that same accepted average fall rate of 9.8 meters per second per second.
So
All right,
the problem
we're
with that,
gonna
and the
cut off
problem-
there. I'm so sorry, Mark.
Can I just say one thing quickly before we go?
if you can wrap it up in like 10 seconds, because we have
Okay, yeah, sure.
ton
So
of
the
super
problem
chats.
there is if G is P and that means the pressure kind of thing, it means that the equation will not work for anything but the one you're actually comparing it to. Like, it won't work. It just
All
won't
right.
work. So
to be fair,
it
that
needs to be a
question
constant.
that question was for Flatzoid, so we'll let him close out. If Flatzoid, you got 15 seconds there to close that one out.
It's simple. Archimedes' principle, aka buoyancy, came before gravity, so you don't need to worry about gravity. And I can change that gravitational acceleration to unicorn force. It will give exactly the same outcome.
All right, thank you so much for wrapping that up succinctly. All right, so we'll continue on. The science of science. $5. Fun fact, the globe has zero evidence based on the scientific method. All right, what do you fellas think about that, Leo and Mark?
Hydrostatic
Yeah.
equilibrium.
Yeah, it's got tons of evidence. I mean, even that experiment that I outlined that we, unfortunately didn't get to, and they didn't get to talk about. That's a scientific experiment. There's been tons of scientific experiments. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we've literally gone and taken pictures of it. So
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue on then. So, because some of these are going to be real conversation starters, so I'm going to just warn the live chat right now. It seems like we probably got about a half hour left to go. I think till one of our speakers has to take off. But if we can't get through all the super chats, we will continue going. If that's if Flatzoid's got somewhere to be, Nathan, we might ask you to hold down the fort if it gets to go long. It just depends
You're
on
cool
how
with that
much.
Flatzoid?
Sorry?
Yeah, if he's got to go, I can stay and
Yeah, sorry.
try to take care of field any questions. So
Yeah, I was gonna say we have a lot of questions here. So you know,
Good.
if Flatzoid,
Good.
if you have an obligation somewhere to be, you know, definitely we don't want to hold on
No,
to you.
it's just
But
I'm running on generator now, so I hope the fuel holds. That's what I'm saying.
oh, okay.
No, no power.
Well, okay. Well, if you need to go refuel, you just let us know how you're doing as we're going along. Okay. Everybody, let me know how you're doing because I know you know everybody consented to go longer than what we had originally talked. It's been a great conversation, but I want to make sure we're respecting everybody's time here and be respectful in that live chat too. I see you. I'm watching. All right. So let's continue on with the live chat. So Congo 44 for $5.50. Thank you again. Flatzoid, you do realize the fact you're having a video chat over the internet debunks you, right?
How does that debunk me at all? Statement without backup. Congratulations.
ground cables. In that chart that I showed with the underwater sea cables, that's our communications network.
Yeah, I've got a.
No, that's not how Wi-Fi. That's not how Wi-Fi works, though.
I've got a fiber
Balloons and
line.
ground towers and cables.
I've got a
Okay.
fiber.
Let's just give a second here. We're gonna let Leo and Mark speak a little bit, just because I think the context of that conversation is coming from their position. So I'm gonna let them explain. I think what this super chatter might have meant. Starting with you, Mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, the physics of light, because the back end all uses fiber optic cables, so the physics of light has to be a certain way in order to transfer information. However, there's millions of people on the globe on satellite internet, and that 100%, like Skylink, for instance, that uses satellites to transfer information. I've worked with them myself, so you know, the coordinates and you know how we track these things. It's all. If you're out in the middle of Australia, there's no way you're getting mobile internet or fiber optic cables. There's no way, much less any kind of. You need satellite internet in the most remote places. So it depends on what Flatzoid's on. To be honest with you, it depends if he is using satellite internet or not. But you still need light to work in a certain way to get fiber optic connections from one country to another or through the backhaul.
Still don't understand how that would debunk flat Earth, though.
Well, I mean, satellite internet kind of debunks
Well, it's
it.
at Loons. Congratulations. Okay. Next.
Satelloons.
Yeah, what the fuck is
Project
a
Echo?
satellite?
Yeah.
I don't know what a satelloon is.
If you want to take a moment there,
Neither do I.
Flatzoid, and explain what that is. I think that might be-
Before satellites so-called existed that had ground-based technology, that's never gone away. AKA LORAN C, which they decided they disbanded, and now they've got LORAN E. You got such things as weather balloons, which would be a satelloon. You got things that are high-breast towers. It's very easy to go and relay something off a relay station, hence why you think you have satellites. Doesn't make it an actual satellite in space, because it's not the satellite that's the problem. It's claimed to where it is that's the problem, because it violates natural law.
Yeah, balloons don't
Well,
work.
it is satellites.
They vary in position too fast with the wind and other factors. They just don't work in any
Mhm.
sufficient way to provide that kind of connection, especially in the most remote places. You would have to have, an endless parade of balloons and constant adjustments to your satellite dish, which, from
Yep.
sort of assisting technicians calibrate satellite dishes would be completely and utterly unfeasible. I'd be, if I was back in my old job, I'd be ringing people every day saying, "Hey, the balloon's shifted. We've got to move your satellite." No, that's not what's happening. Really sorry.
Yeah, it's
There
amazing
are
how like
pockets of
U.S.
air that are
military
calm.
vessels. It's amazing how like U.S. military vessels in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 nautical miles away from any land, somehow can still navigate.
You know they have GPS buoys in the ocean.
Yes, global positioning system.
Buoys.
That is correct.
Satellite.
Buoys
Yes.
on the ocean. They don't.
Yeah, which are not
No, no.
buoys on the ocean. They're satellites
It's a satellite.
14,500
And
miles
they do
above
send.
sea level.
NASA's the number1 consumer of helium, and they send like thousands of balloons a day up. So there's a lot of balloons being released.
Yeah, do you know what those balloons are for though?
A lot of them are for weather,
Yeah.
but they do send.
They're not-
a lot
they're
of
not-
balloons up.
Sorry, Leo.
Yeah, and they're not
Leo.
for like
So
transmitting
Saturday
signals.
Some have
That's not
receivers and relays.
that's not what they do.
Saturday-
Let's
That's
continue
what
on, fellas.
They
We
actually
got-
use it for a cryogenic material mostly, not for balloons. They use it for cooling.
I've been doing
All right,
this
so
since the
yeah, we have a
1950s.
ton of questions. We're gonna keep pushing the conversation because I think everything's gonna come full circle. Everything you're talking about right now. So let's see. We got science of science. I think this is going to spark conversation all on its own. Definition: pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. Mark's nodding his
evolution.
head, so I'm going to hand it over to Mark to kind of comment on that first. His thoughts about the definition of pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Where I think that's what he's kind of defining here, and then we'll hand it over to you guys to explain why you don't feel that way.
So science is basically a system of observation, questions, hypotheses, experiments, graduating to a theory, which is then peer reviewed by other people doing the same experiments, which is called replication. And then basically it graduates into a theory. So it's basically a system of being able to process things. Flat Earth is a pseudoscience because they don't actually go through this system. They basically do once-off experiments. They don't check their variables. They leave all things out of control. They don't actually do science. And that's why you'll see things pop up saying that Flat Earth is a pseudoscience. In fact, we'll probably get one down the bottom of this video, basically saying that Flat Earth is a pseudoscience and has been acknowledged as such through all scientific fields. Now, sort of in order to be a scientific field, you do have to follow methodological naturalism, which is a specific process. And just because you say, hey, we don't have to follow that process, doesn't mean you get to say you're a science, you're a pseudoscience. Sorry. Can
I speak on this a little bit? Because
I
actually do philosophy and metaphysics of science, and so this is something that a lot of people, probably including our interlocutors tonight, mine and Mark's, that probably don't know, because flat earthers tend not to know anything about the philosophy of science, is that there's three, at least broadly, obviously there's some tangentially related views, but there's broadly three views in the philosophy of science with respect to what the demarcation problem is, how we distinguish science from pseudoscience, and what science really is. And there's the Popperian view from Karl Popper, and what's going to demarcate science from pseudoscience is going to be the principle of falsification. And science is going to be those things that can be meaningfully falsified. If there's some criterion of falsification that can be tested for via novel predictions that are contained in the model against reality, it's a scientific model. Then you have people like Thomas Kuhn. His is a little bit complicated because and at least in my opinion, I don't think it was very well laid out. I'm not going to try to parse it out here because it would probably take way too long. And then there's one that a lot of people aren't very familiar with, Imre Lakatos. And this is the person who I would side with respect to what science is. And he has what he calls research programs that have a hard core that is made up of consistently and methodically, empirically confirmed aspects of reality. Think like that the fact that my cell phone is made of atoms, that is not a thing. While we may improve our understanding of what atoms are and how they behave with respect to each other, it will never be false that going into the future that my phone is made of atoms. So you've got this hardcore, and then you've got these auxiliary hypotheses associated with that help to bolster aspects of the hardcore where that hardcore fails, and that you can have a substantiation of these auxiliary hypotheses and a continuous development of them. The research program is progressive. You can have research programs that are also degenerate, and that would sort of, in some sense, qualify what pseudoscience is. For somebody like Lakatos and somebody like myself, one of the big things, at least, that demarcates science from pseudoscience is going to be predictive capability. I am a predictivist, much like Lakatos would have been, where one of the most important aspects of a scientific theory is its ability to develop novel predictions. And the flat earth does not develop any novel predictions, and even if it did, all of them are completely false.
Can I say something really quickly, if you don't mind?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, first of all, I wanted to point out here what you just did was showing not science, pseudoscience, because you gave an opinion on belief of science, philosophy in other words. And I want to ask both of you.
Yeah, that's
do you know
called
what
metaphysics of science.
Do you know what scientific theory is, in your own words?
What a scientific theory is?
What scientific?
You're asking me how I would characterize. You're asking me how I would characterize a scientific theory. Well, generally, I would characterize a scientific theory as. So I would say that like a scientific theory is a set of well substantiated, repeatedly tested, and confirmed explanations for some observed phenomenon or set of phenomena. And that fits thoroughly within the Lakatosian view. So the Lakatosian view is a highly respected view in the philosophy and the metaphysics of science. So it's not pseudoscience, it's philosophy of science. There's a difference. Philosophy of science actually helps us to understand what that difference is. What is philosophy? Well, it just depends on who you ask. I don't think there's some like univocal understanding of what philosophy is. I don't think philosophy is monolithic. For me, philosophy is merely an analytic tool for understanding concepts at a deeper, more fundamental level, and that this ought to be used in ways that bolster our understanding of the reality around us and our place within it. But that's just me.
Okay, so you would understand, you would have a different philosophical view than I do.
Yeah.
So pseudoscience.
And then that would just be a discussion.
Philosophical, it's pseudoscience because it's belief.
Well, that's not true. Science has beliefs.
To be science,
beliefs,
you know, like
beliefs are well, that's true. But beliefs are just stochastic attitudes toward propositions where one either takes that they're true or false. It's just a belief is just so to say that you believe X is merely to say that you think X is true. To say that you disbelieve X is merely to say that you think X is false. So, like, beliefs don't have anything to do with how we understand what science or pseudoscience is. Now, there are certainly questions with respect to the epistemology of science, and I'd be more than willing to either go on your channel or have you on mine to talk with you about those. But I don't think they're really relevant to the discussion we're having here.
So what's your definition of science then, Flatzoid?
It's a method.
Yeah, but what do you mean by that? What kind of
making
method?
a cake is a method. It doesn't explain anything.
Me picking up this beer and drinking it is a method.
It's just a method to work out the cause for an effect that you observed in nature.
Yeah, it's not a very well thought out metaphysics. That's all I can say.
All right, let's move on to our super chat because we got a lot going on here.
Can I just? Okay. Well, I guess it was kind of covered.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think. Yeah, like I said,
was that for everyone?
A lot of these super chats are going to come full circle, so don't fret, Nathan. I think we're going to have lots of time to come full circle.
I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. I agree with a lot of what everybody said here, so I just want to. I was gonna. Yeah.
This is why we extend the love to Nathan because you're such a chill fella. We could hang, buddy.
We should. Why not?
All right, so. Leo and Mark you know what, Science of Science, we're just gonna keep that one quiet because it's a little bit tacky. They say you don't understand the scientific method, but that's towards Leo and Mark. We're gonna move on from there just because we've kind of talked a lot about what we thought about the scientific method just now. So I think that moved into that. So modern day debate what is underneath the flat earth model?
Flat earth floor.
If you take Bible cosmology, then you would say water's below.
It's turtles. Yeah. It's turtles all the way down.
It's not something we can know scientifically. We haven't dug that far down. If we ever dig that far down and find out, we'll let you know. We've only gone 9 miles deep, though. With all of our modern, incredible technology and how smart we are.
We've gone deeper with seismic technology. We've gone much deeper, I believe, with seismic technology.
Correlations, not causations, correlations.
That doesn't have anything to do with it. And yes, it does actually, because you don't have causation without correlation. Causation is a correlative function. That's what causation
will correlate. Yeah.
I will say I do believe that there is a place.
All forms of causation are correlations, not correlations or causes.
That's what I'll say.
Have you guys noticed how you guys always talk over me as soon as I open my mouth?
Well, there might be a bit of a delay on my end. If there is, I apologize.
P and S waves are correlative. Okay, they don't actually give anything more than you begging the question. That's about it. And
well, but that seems to disagree with your claim that they're correlative.
Based on the flat Earth model, we don't really agree that you guys think it's a space flying pizza in space and turtles under the backwater. That's just a push narrative that no flat earther believes. So, yeah.
And
Yeah, but
to
you
anybody
still
who is
believe ridiculous.
considering this topic, like, is the Earth flat, and you're genuinely open-minded to hearing it, something like that, the Earth in space is a straw man. The Earth accelerating upward, those are straw mans to try to take away from. You can walk around a circle in your room and circumnavigate. You can circumnavigate on a flat surface. You can do these things. So there are, for whatever reason, people have put traps up for people to, oh, that's foolish, and my cat would push it off the edge, or my roommate's cat in my case. But like, that's cats are so cool.
Who
Like,
says
those
who
are
says
straw
that
men.
the Earth? Who says that the Earth accelerates upward? Because that is a straw man. That's not what science says.
Yeah, that's the Flat Earth Society.
And that's what
I
you guys
think
Okay.
what
Oh,
just
I
occurred
see what you
there-
were getting at.
Before
I
we
see
move
what
to
you were
our
getting
next,
at. I was.
before we move
I
to our
gotcha.
next super chat, I think that needs to be our next debate: dog people versus cat people. I mean, I have a cat, and he's the silliest little
Yay,
thing in
dogs.
the world.
Yay, dogs.
I
I
thought you meant
both,
like
but
Flat
I
Earth
prefer
Society
pets.
versus who are you guys if not the Flat Earth Society? Like
Flat Earth
what's your
Society is a
division
controlled
of?
opposition.
Yeah, I think the Flat
Okay,
Earth Society
what-
was set up with a guy like it was something like that. The head of the Flat Earth Society was not really a flat earther, and then there was like a guy who international something of Council of Flat Earthers or something was trying to reach out to him to talk about the flat Earth, and he like wouldn't. The Flat Earth Society guy wouldn't talk with him or wouldn't interact with him to try to help get publications out about the Earth being flat and everything. And then this guy who was, and I'm blanking on this other not Flat Earth Society, but this other group of flat earthers, they were trying to put the truth out there. And I think something happened to all the guy's stuff. Like all of his literature got burned and his writings and stuff. And that was, it was a guy separate from the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society is like, if you search, is the Earth flat, you'll get Flat Earth Society stuff. Just like if you search on YouTube, is the Earth flat, you'll get instant debunkings from certain channels that I won't name, but you won't get things that are for, only against, part of like that flat earth box on the bottom
know why?
of videos. It's to help to help flatten the curve.
No,
Use
it's
that
just
reference.
popularity. The algorithm just goes by popularity. That's it.
False.
Because and the flat earth was
YouTube-
incredibly popular.
The YouTube algorithm
There was.
specifically censoring things like
Still
that
is.
because they take it as misinformation based on consensus.
Yeah. So why don't you
That's a good thing.
debate the Flat Earth Society people?
Because
They
we
don't talk.
need
They
to.
don't want anything to do. People who promote actual flat earth stuff, like things that are logical and can make sense and pass as viable explanations, they don't want anything to do with those people because they're like a controlled opposition to mislead people. They want to try to sound ridiculous and say like, okay, if the earth is accelerating upwards, that is
But
completely.
don't all flat
contrary to a
earthers sound
non-living Earth.
ridiculous? I mean, they all say the Earth is flat. That's
think that's-
ridiculous.
To me.
Wow, and we
I
can say the
don't
same guy
think that's
believes
fair in
gravity,
science.
And we can say the same thing, the guy that thinks the earth is rising up to the apple.
Yeah, but I don't think that, and nobody in science does, because that's not what's happening. And this is like the fourth time I've explicated that.
Then you don't
I don't have a religion.
You claim to know
I don't have a
relativity.
religion.
You
I don't
claim to-
worship any deities, so I don't have a religion. Because one of the central features of what defines a religion is the worship of a deity. I'm sorry, I was actually the one speaking. And general relativity doesn't tell you fuck all about a deity or how to worship one or how to worship anything. All it is a mathematical framework for describing a fundamental feature of the world that humans experience every day.
First of all, you claim to know general relativity, yet you're throwing it in the
Actually, I specifically said I don't really know it.
Let's let Flatzoid close this out, and
Yes.
we'll move on.
That's fine, but please don't misrepresent what I said.
Yeah, I agree. We won't talk about what our other debaters while we're answering questions, if we can help that.
You specifically said on stream while you had your screen share that you are the one that knows general relativity. The rest of us don't know anything. Secondly,
That's
it
not
is
what
a
I said.
deity because it's called heliocentrism. Helios, the sun god, center. Thank you.
Helios, the sun.
The sun god. It's just the sun. It's just the
And also-
sun. Nobody thinks it's a god. I don't think it's a god. What are you talking about? Like, you think that just because we call it, yeah, okay, hello, yeah. So just because it's called heliocentrism, the Helios just refers to the sun. It doesn't mean that we think it's a god, or nobody's worshipping it. Flatzoid. Nobody thinks
Exactly.
has any kind of belief system that is based upon religious beliefs around this thing. That's why it's not a religion. Nobody
It is pretty-
worships it as some greater thing than ourselves. It's just a physical thing. Like that's sort of saying, "Hey, I like coffee, so I'm a coffee worshipper." It's ridiculous. It is the most ridiculous thing you can ever say. It is just simply a physical
It's like
thing.
saying-
it's a ball of
It's like
plasma.
saying that.
Can I ask one question that would pertain to this? Do you guys believe the heliocentric model to be true?
Well, it is true. And
I
yes, I
believe
also
it to be
believe it
true.
to be true, and I
Let's leave
know it to
let's
be
leave
true.
it at that. Let's leave it at that.
It's not a religion.
I
And I-
think that's. I would love to,
That's
but
not a religion.
we.
Go for it.
It just depends.
5 seconds.
Let's just refresh. How is everybody doing for time?
Yeah, can you just give Nathan 5
I'm
seconds?
doing all right.
I'm fine.
I was just say Flatzoid was the only one. You said that you were the only one that was potentially,
Yeah.
or
Still doing good.
Yeah, because I said just in case with the diesel, maybe we can do another 15 minutes or so.
Okay, all right. We do have for like 20 more chats to go through, so that's why I'm like.
But maybe we should speed through them then. Just do one side, I guess.
We may do one-sided responses from here on out.
Yeah.
I think we've gotten through a lot of the nuance between your fellas' positions. But Nathan, if you can summarize, I can see your gears are turning there. If you could do like 30 seconds on your side, and then we're going to hand it over to Leo to respond to what you're saying, just because we want to get everybody's voice in here. Okay.
To the religion thing and naturalism. With I'll be quicker than 30, I think. Anyway, I'm explaining and I'm actually using my time to explain what I could be saying. I could have already finished what I had said. Anyway, I'm just okay. So not that people worship the sun or anything, but for whatever the spiritual aspect to this whole lie of cosmology is, the planets are named after ancient pagan deities, and those are kind of still. It was seen as a way of paying homage to them and putting the earth amongst it. So back then it was a thing of spiritual weight. And nowadays we just kind of see them as other planets like the earth in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, the
Right.
planets are named that because that's the culture that, those planets were discovered in hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. We just do it today because that's what they were called, and why would we change? Like, we know what they're called. That's what society broadly recognizes them as. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with religion today. General relativity isn't a religion. It's largely just math.
It's
really just math. And I wanted to clarify. I never said that I understood it. And while I understand this might be somewhat pretentious, I'm sorry. I still think it's just true. What I had said is that I probably understand. I specified the word probably understand general relativity better than everybody else in the stream, but I still don't really understand it. That's what I said.
You just proved you don't. Sorry, I have to put that.
Okay. Well, we will.
As the guy who doesn't know what pseudo-Riemannian manifolds are.
We'll
try not to be-
what I said there, mate, with full space.
I was going to say, I live in Nova Scotia. We are queens of being the caddy, but we are going to have to try to keep it to a minimum as far as the responding and trying to keep it juicy. But I do appreciate it, Flatzoid, and we appreciate everybody being here. Once again, this is our last chance to get seats to our DebateCon 2.0. So if you want to check out our description box there, we do have our link to get your tickets there, or if you want to donate to our crowdfund, you can watch it live. So let's continue on. Mark, $2 from Ember. It looks like a maple leaf.
Yeah, so
I like maple leaves. Hold on. That's not the full question.
Okay,
I had to embellish because maple. Anyways, it's a
Yeah.
Canadian thing. It looks like a maple leaf, therefore flat? Question mark.
Right. It's the whole idea of looking at something and then assuming that because we see something, then it must be that thing. He's alluding to a previous debate. I think it was on evolution with T-Rock, and T-Rock sort of said, "Hey, this looks like a maple leaf." Yeah, but it's not a maple leaf. That's the thing. Like, you can't just assume what you see is automatically the truth. We have to have other scientific tests to evaluate whether what you're seeing is actually correct or not. And that's the whole point. Like, you can't just assume. So, anything to add, Leo, about maple leaves?
Yeah, I would say that it's like saying, I see this mirage of water, therefore there is objectively, independently of my experience, water there, even though I'm like, haven't had water in 19 hours and I'm in the middle of the desert. That's totally a thing that's really there, that water that I'm seeing, that's totally not a mirage. Because human reason is never infallible. No, not once, not ever.
All right. Excellent. We're going to try to keep this, directed to our speakers. So, Theros Rex, $2. Thank you for your $2 donation. I'm not going to read your question. So sorry. Just a little bit insulting. So, Kango 44.
If it's to our side, that's fine. Take it. I'm just saying.
Is it the one calling me a retard? Because yes, I have autism. I am a retard with an IQ of 156. So come at me, bro.
Well, let's not talk about all the camps that we're in, but I hear you there, Leo.
I don't know why.
I grew up in a space as well, so it's fine. But we'll try to just keep ourselves monetized if we can there, and try to avoid any hot words there, if you don't mind. Question for Flatzoid from Congo 44 550. Given your expertise in I can't say this word. Given your expertise in thermodynamics, my goodness, thermodynamics, please give us a detailed description of Maxwell's demon.
Maxwell's demon is just simply in terms.
Bad.
Maxwell's demon is simply just explaining terms like if you take two systems and you have a partition. And natural demon is simply choosing which particle to go through and separates them equally.
Oh, thank you so much for that. All right, so I'm going to try to read these a little bit more succinctly. And that's it's just a matter. I'm trying to scroll through and get the ones in order here because we have a ton of them, and we don't have a whole lot of time potentially for Flatzoid to be here, and we want to get through as many as we can. So. The Science of Science, $5. Leo, tell us 100% imagination about how the universe started. This is how science works. The scientific method is not needed. That's for you, Leo.
I'm not really sure what's being asked.
The question was, tell us 100% imagination about how the universe started. So
I'm not sure what that means. Humans, well, number one, the question, how did the universe start, might not even be a meaningless question. That's the first thing. Number two, humans, even if it does have a start, which it almost certainly doesn't, wouldn't know anything about it. What we do know is that there was an inflationary period and then a period known as reheating. Most people would probably know that phase as the hot Big Bang phase.
Okay. All right. We'll continue on from there. So somebody, Therorex, had said, "Oh, sweet Satan." I feel like we are playing a Led Zeppelin track backwards because that's my jams, and they got in a lot of trouble for records going backwards and saying, "Oh, that's sweet Satan." So Therorex says, "Oh, sweet Satan, we're invoking the God word." So I think what they're trying to imply is when you guys were talking about the dome over the universe, there was a talk about the creator. So I think they're trying to say a commentary on you invoking the religious aspect to the flat earth argument. So if you want to make a comment on that, Flatzoid, I think that's for you.
Well, it can go both ways. It can be scientifically validated due to natural tendencies, or it can be shown supernatural, because we know God is supernatural. He's above natural law, so he's not bound by nature because he created nature. I always love to do this with ontological primitives. You walk along the beach, you see a sandcastle. Did it form out of nature by itself, or did you have a creator forming that sandcastle?
And I think too, there is a supernatural component to this. If we are the center of creation, I don't think there's any flat earther who is saying that it's all still naturalistic about how we got here. I think that's one thing about the flat earth, is that there is a creator. Who that creator is it some new age creator or the creator of the Bible? Two different things. But the only one that would benefit from lying about cosmology would be an enemy to this creator who wants to be like the creator. And you can lie to somebody and make money or whatever, control people without having to change the earth. So that is a spiritual lie. You have the 666s all over the globe cosmology, the tilt of the Earth, the orbit around the sun, which is continuous falling around a fire source. Kind of sounds like hell, like a bottomless pit. You have the 0.666 feet of curvature. Even NASA, they had sex written in the clouds backwards. In the first, if you look up the first image of Earth in 43 years, you will see sex written backwards. That goes to sex magic practicings with Aleister Crowley, who talked about the Baphomet, called himself the B666. All of this stuff. There's a huge occult tie-in to NASA, but this is a spiritual thing all the way through. This is a spiritual thing completely. They want to take away how special you are, that we have a loving creator, that someone was sent here to die for all of our sins and then defeat death. We are all special. We're all forgiven. We're all so loved. And people, our creator wants us all to be so happy.
All right. Thank you so much, Nathan, for that.
I just want to say one thing. The tilt of the Earth is 23.4 degrees, not 66.6. That's all.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to give 2 minutes over here to Leo and Mark, not because we've had a religious discussion, just because we've gone into more of a topic of how it ties into this religious discussion. So I want to give a minute to Leo and Mark to kind of expand on your guys' criticisms of this comment here. Not to interrupt you there, Leo, just because I want to let you know that I want to give you that time, and feel free to expand on that for up to a minute each on the other side.
Yeah, so the tilt of the Earth is 23.4 degrees north on its axis. It's not.
Subtract that from 90. What do you get when you subtract it from 90?
It's not 66.
Hold on. If you take 90
see what's going on right now. See what's going on right now with if you do all this complex stuff, you can get this number. Oh, it's scary. What happens if you subtract, 4 from 600? From 670. Oh, you know what you get? You get 666. There's something scary about 670 minus 4. It's literally the same thing. Like, this is just a bunch of, where we're imputing a bunch of woolery, like, there's a lot of words I want to use to describe it that I'm not, out of respect for the channel, that's just being imputed here. Like, this is just kind of ridiculous. Cosmologists don't even believe that like Satan. I thought I had a minute. Cosmologists don't believe that Satan is real. They don't give a fuck about Satan. They don't care. What they care about is using the empirical methodologies that we have to understand how it is physical reality works. And physical reality doesn't work according to anything supernatural.
All right. Thank you so much, Leo, for being succinct with that. And Mark, for up to a minute there, for the religious commentary on the flat Earth, Mark.
Yeah, so sort of, Leo's right. You can find any number if you manipulate it enough with enough, numbers around it. You'll get to just about anything you want. You can multiply or subtract or add or whatever. Anyway, what I wanted to say to you, Nathan, is that there's nothing that says we aren't special. Like, according to mainstream science, every single atom in our body was forged in the heart of a dying star. So the whole idea is just because something is materialistic doesn't mean it isn't incredibly special. And as far as we know, we're the only life we know of in the entire universe that we've ever seen. So it is incredibly rare and should be valued. And none of that comes from a religion. It's all just, science. So I want to sort of explain to you where we look at things. We're basically on a Earth that is hurtling through the universe, and asteroids are coming close to us and things like that. Our environment may be in jeopardy. We're basically on a very, very precious thing, and it may take every single one of us to just survive in this universe. And we don't think anyone's coming to rescue us. It's on us. We've got to do it, and that's where we're coming from.
All right. Thank you so much for that commentary, everybody. Let's continue on.
I'm just going to say it's just symbolism, that's all. That's why it's 666 all the time. It's got to do with symbolism.
All right. We'll let Flatzoid close that out there. The Science of Science, $5 again. Thank you so much for your donation. Leo, any evidence based on the scientific method for the reason why gas does not fill the infinite available volume of space? I bet not. They're being spicy. All right, Leo, it's coming at you.
Funny, because I've talked about it like 3 times already, I think. It's called gravity. This is why This is why gas and I even gave an example. If you take a gas and you ionize it and you put it in the presence of a magnetic field, you can change its behavior. You can make it move in ways where it won't fill the space, because that's a complete misunderstanding of what space is and how gravity works, as I've outlined a number of times already.
Yeah, and the gravity is causing a sort of
10 seconds,
pressure
okay.
column to sort of have pressure around you, and that's why there's a pressure gradient going up, because basically everything's getting pushed down to the bottom, and that causes a higher pressure than at the top, which really isn't explained by anything without gravity. It's just sort of a load of excuses and things like that.
Okay, other side, we got 15 seconds.
Okay, simple. Gravity cannot be demonstrated to hold gas down indefinitely. If you have sulfate chloride in a fish tank, it's still going to disperse into the available volume, which shows them they don't have no cooking clue what they're talking about. And because I only have 15 seconds, I can't educate them on gas behavior.
Okay.
Gravity is also
Leo?
very.
I'm sorry.
Gravity.
Nathan, we'll
Do I get
hit you
15
up.
or just for one side? Okay.
I'm sorry. We'll hit you up in the next question here, just because we're getting limited on time. I don't want Flatzoid to crash out if we can help it.
No problem. Go ahead.
The
go ahead.
question was for Leo there, so we'll let him close out with 15 seconds in commentary there.
Yeah, what Flatzoid said just doesn't even matter, because performing the experiment on the Earth, in the Earth's gravity, where things will tend to equalize with respect to the perturbations provided by Earth's gravitational field, is different than looking at a whole ass planet with its own atmosphere, because this is all they can do: drastically misrepresent science with things that they don't understand, because they don't understand what science
What
is.
science? What science?
Okay. All right. And yeah, we'll close it there where that was for you. Congo 44 for $22. Question for the group. As a civilization, how did we get to the point where grown men on the internet are confused about gravity and saying things like it's density and it's vector based on pressure? Sad. Well, they're being a little bit extra, aren't they? Congo 44, you're being spicy tonight. So, as a civilization, how do we get to the point where grown men on the internet are confused about gravity? Let's talk about gravity, everybody.
Why would
let's-
science not be able to have different explanations to try to describe a phenomena? You should always be open to how things could be interpreted, and you never know. If you look at one thing one way, you might get certain avenues of thought, and if you look at something another way, you might get other avenues of thought. Both can lead to innovation. It just depends on how you look at it, but you should always be open-minded to explanations, and then use tests and experiment, and then make your observations on the data, and see if anything gets falsified. If you're able to move things forward, or if things still stand, then you create another test to try to falsify those things.
For my money, it's religious belief. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's very simple. First of all, there is no science for the globe. So, if you took gravity, for instance, you can't find a scientific hypothesis and experiment for gravity to begin with, starting from Newton till now. That's why it's pseudoscience and not science. That's density. The light is denser than the medium around it. So in a denser medium, it will float.
Okay, I see you over there, Leo, and don't break your stuff there, Leo.
I just dropped my phone, but that's because it's just dense.
No, you calm down. You don't want to have to spend extra money for that.
I think there's something denser out there. I'm
I
not sure it's your
can't.
phone.
We here at Modern Day Debate, we got so much going on with DebateCon 2.0. Everybody check out the description. We can't afford to replace Leo's phone. I'm so sorry to say. That's just one of those things. So we'll continue on from there. Everybody in live chat, I'll let you know we're not closed to more super chats. I have not seen a single super chat for 420. I shouted it out. I used my little vape pen here, and it's like 90%. We get crazy stuff over here. Yeah, I don't know what you Americans are rocking over there, which is the majority of our audience, but as Canadians, we get absolutely mad stuff, and I've not seen a single super chat for 420. And not only that, but how lazy are you fellas? You know, there's still 379. Oh, it just went up. 379 of you fellas watching. And how much does it take? how much does it take to like move your thumb like this far down? Like, see my phone? It's like right like down in this section right here. You just use your thumb. Do you have arthritis or something? Like, hit the like button, everybody. Like, this is awesome. Everybody's having a great discussion, and you don't have to have arthritic thumbs about it. Hit the like button.
I'll bump.
Smash it like that you wish you could have gotten with in high school. What?
And Flatzoid has a young one with us. Flatzoid, who do you have with us right now?
My son, Shem, Eli.
Oh, well, everybody welcome Eli. Oh, what a sweetheart. I have two young ones myself, and they are getting so big. My son is almost as tall as I am. It's absolutely crazy. He's turning 6 this year, and I'm 6 foot. And you know, I was picking him up the other day, and maybe I should work out because this kid's getting heavy.
Before we continue, can I make a quick announcement? Just when I went to go and hit that like button, because that's what real people do. And I found there's an after show on Ember's channel. So could we grab a link for that?
Ember.
Oh, there's an after. Ember's gonna host an after show. Well, I'm sorry, but if you like these kinds of discussions and you don't show up to this after show, you're just fucking lame. Because Ember is like the greatest person ever.
Steady on him.
I was gonna say,
dang it.
Once again, you can't see all of the guitar amps around me, so you're just gonna have to assume that I'm pretty lame because it's.
Well, no, I'm just sorry. I'm like Vosh. I'm just abusive to chat. Like, if you don't show up, then you're just fucking lame. Like, get a fucking life. Like, what are you doing? If you're not, like, I get it if you're out touching grass, but I know you're not. Like, I'm not dumb. I know that's not what you're doing because you're here watching a fucking flat Earth debate. So you should show up to the after show.
Yes, everybody should show up to the after show and have some fun. But myself, I got to get to sleep because my kids got to get to school in the morning. And like I said, we're
they're being indoctrinated about how the Earth is round. And something.
Teachers
Satan.
mean well and are teaching what they think is honestly true. There's nothing wrong with that.
What is true?
It's coming from people very high up that are
What's demonstrably true.
Yeah,
Like who? I'm sorry. I gotta know who's doing it.
If you have
Tell me who it is.
Ultimately, it's the devil. Ultimately, the father.
Okay, that answers my question.
That's scientific.
Next super chat.
That's scientific.
Well, there are.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get into like Lemaitre and these people. Georges Lemaitre, who made the Big Bang. He's a Jesuit.
I'm sorry. I know I'm nitpicky about it, but his name is. It's French. It's like George Saint Pierre. You don't pronounce the S. It's Georges Lemaitre. George Lemaitre. Anyway, next super chat.
French isn't that great.
Okay, so
Let's get to our next.
No, it's not. They use like 95 letters in every word, but then only pronounce. Or they use like 95 letters in a word, but then pronounce like 5 of them. The French are fucking stupid when it comes to language. Anyway,
like you can do like tarte, and it means something like it's like 28 different words. It's their language is difficult.
Come on, English is pretty silly as well. Let's face it.
It is. It really is.
Except after C, except when the sound is A, except in these exceptions to that. Like, come on, that's.
Yeah.
I think we should move to the next.
Next picture. Let's go.
I've had that discussion too. You know, I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm grievanced. You know, I'm titillated.
No point.
Yeah, there's just.
Oh my God! There's one more thing I really wanted to say. Literally 6 seconds. The sun is not made of fire; it's made of plasma. Anyway.
All right, let's continue on. All right, so Congo 44, $11. Advice for the flat Earth folks: maybe try to figure out what happens when the sun sets first before jumping into relativity.
That I actually showed a video that had the sun setting and keeping its apparent size, apparent shape, using lensing, so that the sun can set just fine with the atmospheric effects and perspective working together. You do get a sunset just fine. Those types of things are explainable, have been explained, have been demonstrated, seasons as well, and all that stuff. But that stuff is sky. I mean, but it's also explained.
And I mean, we've been showing actual demonstrations for this. Yet we don't get any demonstrations for anything from the globe other than have belief because scale. Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah, let's continue on there. Congo 44 again. 550. So boats sailing away and planes flying over from an observer stay the same size, then cut off from the bottom. Question mark. Try harder. Ooh, they're getting juicy.
It's very simple. If you guys ever heard of parallax, you would understand when things are further away, they have less angular size change to things with closer.
And also, the higher up things are in elevation, the less of a change there is in the angular size and shape of the object as well. So higher elevation, yeah. And then they're called airplanes, plane, not air globes or air spheres or anything like that.
Converges, yeah, to the horizon, convergence, perspective.
Straight and level is a pilot term, y'all. Straight and level.
All right, well, let's continue on from there. Everybody in live chat, let's give some love to Flatzoid there for being a great parent and giving his kid a cuddle there. Everybody needs that every once in a while, especially when you're young. And that's tough when you're doing a live stream. So kudos to you, buddy.
That's early because it's now 5:20. So.
Oh my. Well, you've got some breakfast making.
Shouts out to Flatzoid for doing this debate. 2 a.m. start time for him. Just saying, Mark, it's early for you too. Let's just acknowledge that's an early time to debate, y'all. That's
father energy 4,000. Like just going for it, buddy. That's awesome. Congo 44. Nope, I've already read that one. Kim Jong Ultra for €199. Where will flat Earth be in 20 years' time? So I think they're asking, and I'm going to direct this toward Flatzoid, where we just had that interaction there, and we need to be quick. Do you think that flat Earth is going to change what's happening right now as far as what's happening?
We can't really tell the future, so we can't know. But we do know, based on what we've been seeing in the past, it's growing more and more and waking up more people. So it's very possible that in 20 years there could be textbook changes. I mean, there's already textbook changes just based in the pseudoscientific community already. So who knows?
All right, excellent. We'll continue on from there. All right, no diss in that big father energy. Anybody in the live chat, by the way. Eddie Dean, $5. Flatzoid, where there's plenty of evidence to support the globe Earth. There's also video evidence of you not being able to correctly subtract 40 from 90. We can skip that if you'd like.
No, they miss, because I have pronunciation, because I speak Afrikaans. Craig didn't actually listen to what I said. If you go back, you can listen. I said 30.
All right, excellent. All right, Alabaka, 5,500 CLP. Not sure what that currency is. I didn't get a chance to look it up. Nathan and Flatzoid, how far away does a 500-meter mountain have to be to appear half obstructed from a 50-meter elevation under steady atmospheric conditions, a clear horizon, and no extreme temperature variations? That's very specific.
You're gonna see what the conditions of the day determine what you see. If you have those conditions, you're gonna get, if you have the mountain, the conditions to see half a mountain, you're gonna see half a mountain. That's what it is. There's gonna be times where you can see more of the mountain on a clearer day.
Yeah, the fact that he brought up very specific conditions shows he knows it's optical and not physical.
But he said under clear conditions.
The fact that he brought up very specific conditions means he understands it's only optical and not physical.
It's a scrutinizing of flat earthers as well. Like very technical to every variable. But it's what you, day by day, you can see different things. But the thing is that flat earthers can repeat these on flat surfaces as demonstrations, on a smaller scale to mimic what we see in the natural world.
I think it's interesting that flat earthers, the people who always talk about dependent and independent variables, always run away from highly specified scenarios that would allow us to isolate the dependent variables from the independent variables. Isn't that funny, Mark?
Do you think it's funny
is
that you don't
quite
understand the
humorous,
difference between science and not science?
And Flatzoid did show the.
Well, I
video
provided
of
an
the
explanation
hands
from
being
3
hidden by
different
temperature
perspectives in the
variance.
philosophy of science, so.
Sorry, Nathan, what did you say while you were rudely interrupted?
Flatzoid did say that, or show that you can hide attacks on a flat surface using an isolated variable of temperature and variance.
Facts are different than
Alright.
mountains.
Well, let's continue on there.
Object protruding from a flat surface.
All right, let's continue on. Not a single super chat for 420 week. Anyways, coming at you live chat. Sorry. So let's continue on. Yeah, I scrolled way far up because there hasn't been a super chat for 420, and that upsets me. Nova Scotian, like I said, we're all about that. It's been a great day. The science of science. This is for you, Leo. Leo, tell us 100% imagination about how the universe started.
You already asked me that one.
Oh, shoot. See, I'm scrolling. This is the problem.
We're actually a ways past that one.
That is a ways past that one. You see, this is the problem. It went right to the start. This is so long. Guys, stop. You know what? Send in your super chats because there's no 420 super chats, but also send them in because obviously I can't keep track of them because it's been a great day. Yeah, that last one wasn't overly awe-inspiring as far as like wording goes. Andrew Johnson, $2.99. Flans, why can't time be an IV? Mark, correct him.
Why can't time be an independent variable?
Okay, yeah, you got it.
Isn't time is
What?
kind of like a parameter? Oh, is this from Mark? I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't actually change time. You can't change the sort of parameters of it. Time can change relative to other things, and we have documented that. But time can't be a independent variable.
Something.
But if you're talking
so
about
that one was actually.
hang on, I haven't finished. If
sorry,
you're talking
Mark,
about
if
you're talking about time as in you can vary the amount of time, then you can do that. So, monitoring something for 5 minutes and monitoring something for an hour is a parameter that you can change, is the time it takes.
Okay.
So it can be used in that way.
So the intro
As an
was
independent
for
variable.
Flatzoid. I'm sorry. So they wanted you to respond to Flatzoid's opinion on this one. I see in the live chat.
And he just agreed literally with what I said, so thank you, Mark. Yeah, I'm glad Mark understands, because time doesn't cause anything. If you say time is an IV, it's pseudoscientific, because you need an IV to be a cause. And you can have a duration of time, which is a control, not an IV. So, Mark, 100% validate, thanks you.
Who said time caused anything?
That's what IV means. It's a cause.
Time
You
is
said time
a
caused.
duration.
No.
Like there's T0, T1, T2, and like in chemistry you have reaction rates that you run for times. So you have a starting amount, and then at T0 and then at T1 you have a new amount of product and reactant.
Yeah, but that's
And
arbitrary.
that's time is a duration. It's kind of a parameter to an experiment, not
But it's
necessarily a
completely
variable.
arbitrary. It's just the way we measure
Well,
it.
it depends. It depends. In like chemistry, yeah,
control.
but not in physics. And in physics, time when measured between different frames of reference actually can be a dependent variable because the time that you measure for the frame of reference can depend on other things like the velocity of the frame of reference and things of that nature.
Yeah,
So
time can
this
be
is a
dependent
question I
on
wanted to
anything.
ask about that. If you have a clock and it's 1 second is 1 second is 1 second for that clock, and then you take another
1
clock.
second per second.
Well, I'm just like it's 1 second and then another second and then another
Yeah,
second.
1
just equal
second
interval to-
per second. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And now if you have a clock that's moving near the speed of light, that how does that clock know that it's moving and that everything else is stationary compared to it? Why wouldn't that clock be able to say that it is stationary and that everything else is moving? So that clock also keeps the 1 second per second.
Well, from the framework of that second clock, everything else could be said to be moving. This is an
1 second
equivalence
per
principle
second.
in special relativity. It would be like if I had a car moving past a post in the ground that's sitting next to the road at 100 kilometers an hour. Mathematically, there's no difference between saying the car moves past the post in one direction at 100 kilometers per hour, or that the post moves past the car in the opposite direction at 100 miles per hour. Now, in the physical world, there's obviously going to be one of those is the actual state of affairs. Mathematically, they can be represented as exactly the same. So from some frame of reference, you will always measure. So like for me, I will always measure the passage of time in my own frame of reference to be 1 second per second. I can't measure it as anything different. However, if I go from my frame of reference and I say I Lorentz boost into one that's very close to the speed of light, I will then notice a difference between the passage of time between my frame of reference and the frame of reference that I'm boosting into as a result of the difference in the velocity.
Okay.
But the time passing in both frames of reference are going to be 1 second per second. It's not going to change the way that time occurs in each
Time
object.
it's the same.
The next question here we have is actually for
Frame of
Leo
reference, not between them.
So we'll let Leo wrap up a point here because I think this might tie into what he was saying. YDN for $20. Leo, Flatzoids seems to be stuck in 8th grade Earth Sciences. Can you give him and the audience a quick example of other ways we do modern science?
That'd be great.
Well, I mean, I could understand that philosophically, and I would say, like I outlined earlier, you've got Kuhnian perspectives, you've got Popperian perspectives, you've got Lakatosian perspectives. Would it be right to say there's Lewisian perspectives with science? Maybe not. I don't know. But in more of a scientific perspective, I mean, you've got classical mechanics, you've got statistical mechanics, you've got quantum mechanics, you've got relativity, you've got relativistic quantum mechanics, which leads into things like quantum field theory, you've got classical field theory. So there are a lot of things that extend beyond what you learn in 8th grade. And as Nathan just said, you've got theoretical physics, experimental physics, applied physics, medical physics. So physics is a very, very broad field, and the ideas contained within it can be utilized in a wide array of areas. And then there's also things like the philosophy of physics, like what I like to study.
Is theoretical physics?
Leo, you're so cool.
Or is it theoretical?
What do you mean? What do you mean by actual?
You said it's scientific, so that means you would be able to do actual science. Is theoretical physics in actual physics, or is it just theoretical?
Well, of course it's actual physics. Why would it be called theoretical physics if it wasn't a physics?
Give me a scientific
it's more
based in theoretical physics, please.
A scientific hypothesis based in theoretical physics, inflationary theory.
Doesn't theoretical physics use things like frictionless ramps?
All physics uses that. That you will do that in in a first semester undergraduate 101 physics course. Because when you start physics, you don't perturb your equations. You largely derive exact solutions for highly idealized situations. It's not going to be until you start getting into Lagrangian mechanics, Hamiltonian mechanics, relativity, electromagnetism, statistical mechanics that you start getting into things like WKB approximation, I think is more specific to quantum mechanics, but perturbation theory and into these more advanced physical equations that much, much more accurately image the real world.
Okay.
It's similar to using like ideal gas laws.
Yes, it's about building up the intuition. Yes, it's about building up the concepts. And then you start to add in all the extra information that makes the situation mirror the real world much more accurately. Because in a lot of those instances, we cannot provide, not even remotely close, to exact solutions. We can only provide approximate solutions due to the level of dynamical variables that exist in these equations and the structure that exists between
So
them.
not science then. Congratulations.
Well, that is science,
continue.
yes.
So Dr. Tapioca
Weasel!
Tapioca Weasel. Okay, I got it.
What a guy.
All right. Thank you so much. Now that I
Hell of a guy.
have the reference, $5. Is there a flat Earth ray tracing simulation explaining the night sky for everyone every night? Also, Mark and Leo, after party anywhere. Happy holidays. Okay.
Ray tracing is simply based on light going backwards to the source. That's simply what ray tracing is. It's not going to show actual how we perceive things in reality. You can take as good as you can in a program to try and do perspective, but it can't take all variables into account when it comes to observations in the real world.
Who was that question for?
For me, as far as I know.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, I think so. As far as like, is there a flat Earth ray tracing simulation explaining the night sky for everyone at night?
No.
No,
It doesn't work on a flat Earth.
I thought I had to explain ray tracing. Okay.
I think everybody's got their.
Well, yeah, but the
there.
flat Earth movement, any of the movements, have never presented sort of a ray tracing of the night sky and validated that to what we see in reality.
Yeah, because
That's
we
the
do-
problem.
The thing is, we do physical
So,
demonstrations.
well, just Flatzoid, let me finish. So if you could present that ray traced model of the constellations and show how it actually occupies the space over this flat Earth, that would be great.
Okay, but like I said, because we do physical demonstrations, if someone wants to make the claim to do that, then it's up to them. It's not my burden if they want it to happen. Now, the difference is, like you said, we make claims like one obstruction on flat surfaces, so we do the observation. You guys have not given any observation or science or anything other than believe us because of scale.
Well, we've done ray traced models that showed the constellations above the Earth, and flat Earth people haven't. That's the whole point. Like, there is no ray traced model.
And the ray tracing math is based on a horizontal on a 90-degree.
Let's continue on from there.
Can I just clarify one thing? Literally 5 seconds. Dr. Tapioca Weeza has a PhD in experimental physics. I don't think Flatzoid, you need to explain ray tracing to him. So,
I thought that was the question. Yeah. So
I mean, I don't know.
simple terms.
On our end, I don't know if there is, some sort of translation in the funds here, but I still don't see any super chats for 420. So we're going to continue on. Shame on you, super chat.
Okay, if I do go dead, you know my power's gone off, guys. Just to let you know.
Okay. All right. So
surprised it's not working.
frequency PT, €5 for flat earthers. Do you realize that the atmosphere is a sphere of atoms?
Nope. As people like to say, gas has no inherent shape. It takes the shape of its container. So it can't.
Yeah, I
be
mean, if we
sphere
call
shaped.
molecules of gas spheres or something like that based on their, electrical cloud, that's one thing. But yeah, the atmo plane or atmo is the, it's planar, and the planes fly through it, and the sea level and the bubble levels to determine straight. It all that if you want to go semantical, it's gonna go to the Earth being flat. That's where all their word trickery is for the deceivers at the very top. If y'all are serious about it, there's a spiritual component to it, and that's the wordiness that they use is in that stuff.
Yeah. And notice how they ignore that to have gas taking a shape of its container, you require containers.
Yeah, gas is a fluid and it fills the shape of its container. If the container is large, it would fill that like the void of space. If gravity can hold the density of our air down at the surface, it should always do that if it's always what it's doing. And if you put air in a vacuum, it would spread throughout the vacuum. If you put it in a box and then open the box, it would spread throughout the vacuum, which means that gravity at our surface can't hold the air molecules of our air's density in a vacuum. So it would rip away
wait,
the
I have a
top
question. What is the air in this cup doing right now?
Dancing all over the place in all directions.
Yeah, just like the air in Earth's atmosphere. Seems like they're at equilibrium.
Do
What's
you
the problem?
Do you understand air?
Put a
has
vacuum above
elastic
it.
collisions? There's
Yeah,
no
but that would be changing a pressure. That would be creating a pressure differential, right?
gas behavior.
There's a vacuum above the Earth.
Yeah, but there's also gravity on the Earth.
Gravity doesn't work at a molecular level. It's electromagnetic.
Yeah, it does.
molecules of gas are, if I can move my hand here and there's no correlation, it doesn't go up in a chain. Gravity, the molecules of air are too disconnected for gravity. I think
No, they're not.
Who's the guy from
Electromagnetism is
MIT
just stronger than gravity, particularly at that level. But molecules still feel gravity because molecules have mass.
Okay, can you
Yeah,
explain
so
to
if
me
you
how
get a
to
gas with a
generate
higher
electricity?
mass, like sulfur hydroxide or something, it will go down and sort of, you know, be a pressured system down lower because it's got more mass. That's the whole idea of gravity.
It's Dalton's law.
Yeah, we've observed like gas clouds literally lensing light with their gravity. Like,
But
yes,
we
this
can
is the
show
thing
that
happens.
vacuums are a weak vacuum, weaker than the void of darkness space, is able to pull apart our air molecules if we had them in a box in a vacuum. So that means the stronger
I don't
vacuum
know
would
what
do
that
the same.
means.
You know,
If you
No,
had a
it wouldn't.
box of air that was contained and around it was a vacuum, like if we made a barrier, sucked all the air out, and in the middle of that barrier was another box that had air, and then you open the lid, it's not going to stay held down by gravity, which is what the claim is that it's doing right now, is holding our air down.
Well,
It
I
should
think
hold that
that's-
air down, but the vacuum would suck it out.
Well, it
So
is
that's
holding
That's a
the air
false
down.
analogy because you would need a box with the same mass as Earth, and so that's
Exactly.
why
The
the
Earth is beneath the box.
So
It's
if
that
you,
mass,
yeah,
the mass, you're using the mass
yeah,
of
but
the
it
Earth.
wouldn't be there to be a correct analogy to the Earth, right? Because you wouldn't
It's under
have
the
an
box.
Earth in the no,
The
but
Earth's
you wouldn't have
gravity
an
is still
Earth in the
applied.
center of the box. You wouldn't have an Earth in the center of the box, which is your box of gravity, and then another Earth flatzoid, and then another Earth underneath it. Like you're just talking about one thing with nothing else around it. So the only way that would work
the
and
box
be
would be on
analogous is, please, the only way that would work and be analogous is if you had a box the size of the Earth, because it needs the mass of the Earth to have that gravitational effect.
Okay,
All right,
guys,
we're
if you
gonna
take
move
a
on
fish tank,
because we got a lot of super
just one
chats left to
second
go.
quickly. Just 1 second quickly. If you
All
have
right,
a
we got
fish
10
tank,
seconds for you,
If
bud.
you have the fish tank and you stick it on the ground, that's the mass of the Earth. Thank you very much.
All right, sorry for that. I don't want to
idea
cut
what
you
that
off,
means.
guys, just because we do have a lot of super chats here, and I know we don't want to. We got 4 guests here tonight, so I mean we don't want to be inconsiderate towards anybody's time here. There's a lot of people here, so we're going to continue on and try to get through these as quickly as we could. So 20 seconds for each of our speakers. We're going to answer this question. We're going to start with Nathan up here, and we're going to continue over. So what observation would falsify your worldview? Nathan, 20 seconds.
A picture of the Earth from NASA that is legitimate, or I should say this, how about a video put on the side of a rocket pointed down at the ground? You can watch someone walk up, put it on there, and then take off into space, go to the moon, do something where you can see a full picture, no questions asked, no cuts, no edits, no none of that. Just show a video going to see the full Earth. Send a
All right.
rocket out, send probes out, crash it
20
into wherever,
seconds.
whatever deity planet.
And Leo, 20 seconds. What would falsify your worldview?
I
Are
think
you
you muted, Leo.
You're muted, buddy.
You're
20
muted
seconds.
on the program, Leo. It's now.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So like everything that Nathan just said has like pretty much been done. But like going up and
Please
like
show me.
taking a picture of the flat Earth, which nobody's ever done, going to the edge of it that nobody's ever done because the evil government is protecting the edge, all to push a conspiracy that the Earth is flat because I guess everybody thinks it's funny. Like I don't know. And that's where this all falls apart, is that everybody wants people to believe the Earth is flat because it's going to be a really funny joke in 100 years. Like what's the motivation? So yeah, go to the fucking edge,
All right,
and take
20
a
seconds
picture and come back and send it to me.
All right. And Flatzoid, 20 seconds. What would falsify your worldview?
That's easy. Just demonstrate, with actual demonstration, you can have gravity holding gas pressure down without the necessity of antecedent of containment.
All right.
In other words, show me the violation of second law of thermodynamics with demonstration.
Okay. And Mark, 20
The sun.
seconds. What would falsify your worldview? Mark, 20 seconds. You're on.
Yeah, I agree with Leo. Just take a photo of the flat Earth. In fact, if you can show me the shadow of the eclipse on the moon during a lunar eclipse that is flat, then that's fine. any of these kind of very simple experiments that have been demonstrated under controlled conditions and then sort of published so everybody can do them and find out they're exactly the same, because that's what Flat Earth doesn't do. If you could do any of these things, come up with a model that actually explains